In the quiet halls of Macedon, long before armies marched and cities burned, a conversation began that would echo across continents. It was not the clash of swords, but the meeting of minds, an aging philosopher and a restless prince. One believed that reason was the highest human virtue. The other would grow to believe that destiny could be seized by force. Between them stood a question as old as civilization itself. Can wisdom guide power, or does power inevitably bend wisdom to its will? The philosopher was Aristotle, a man who had spent decades dissecting the nature of reality. He believed the universe could be understood through careful observation, logic, and moderation. To Aristotle, excess was dangerous. Balance, what he called the golden mean, was the key to a good life and a stable society. Knowledge, he taught, was not merely something to possess, but something to practice ethically. The boy was Alexander the Great, the son of King Philip II of Macedon. From a young age, Alexander showed signs of fierce ambition. He tamed wild horses, challenged his teachers, and dreamed not of ruling Macedon, but of surpassing Achilles himself. Philip wanted more than a warrior for a son. He wanted a king who could rule Greeks as well as conquer barbarians. So he hired Aristotle to do something no general could accomplish: shape Alexander's mind. For years, Aristotle instructed Alexander and a small circle of noble youths at Mieza. Lessons were held among gardens and shaded walkways, away from courtly intrigue. Aristotle taught philosophy, ethics, medicine, politics, poetry, and science. He introduced Alexander to Homer's Iliad, a book that would become the conqueror's constant companion. But Aristotle's Homer was not just a tale of glory. It was a warning. Heroes who gave into rage, pride, and excess met tragic ends. At the heart of Aristotle's teaching was control. Control of emotion, desire, and ambition. Power, he warned, must serve reason. A ruler existed not for himself, but for the well-being of the state. Justice mattered. Law mattered. Even conquest, if it occurred, should aim at order and civilization, not destruction. For a time, Alexander listened. When Alexander became king at 20, Aristotle's influence seemed visible. He showed restraint toward Greek cities, promoted learning, and surrounded himself with educated companions. He carried scholars with his army, cataloging plants, animals, and cultures encountered along the way. He founded cities not merely as military outposts, but as centers of Greek culture. These were not the actions of a mindless conqueror. They reflected a ruler shaped by philosophy. Yet as Alexander's empire expanded, so did the tension between wisdom and power. Victories came easily, and adulation followed. He was hailed as invincible, even divine. Slowly, Aristotle's lessons of moderation began to fade beneath the intoxicating weight of absolute authority. Alexander adopted Persian customs, demanded prostration from his companions, and punished dissent harshly. The philosopher's voice grew distant, replaced by the roar of armies and the silence of fear. Aristotle himself grew uneasy. Though he never publicly denounced Alexander, his writings suggest discomfort with unchecked monarchy. He believed some people were naturally suited to rule and others to be ruled, a controversial idea. But even rulers, he insisted, were bound by reason and law. Alexander, however, increasingly saw himself as above both. Power had begun to shape the man more than wisdom ever could. Their relationship eventually cooled. Alexander moved east, further from Greece, further from Aristotle's world. the philosopher returned to Athens, continuing his work, building what would become the foundations of Western thought. Meanwhile, Alexander pressed on, conquering vast territories, but also sowing instability. His empire depended almost entirely on his personal authority. When he died suddenly at 32, it fractured almost immediately. And yet, Aristotle's influence did not die with him. Though Alexander's empire collapsed, the cultural transformation he initiated endured. Greek language, ideas, and systems spread from the Mediterranean to Central Asia. Philosophy traveled alongside soldiers. Libraries rose where fortresses once stood. In this sense, Aristotle may have outlived Alexander's power. His ideas survived not because they were enforced, but because they were taught, debated, and written down. The story of Aristotle and Alexander is not a simple tale of success or failure. It is a meditation on limits. Aristotle shaped Alexander's mind, but he could not control Alexander's destiny. Philosophy gave power direction, but it could not restrain it forever. Power listened to wisdom until it no longer needed to. As night settles in, this ancient lesson remains quietly relevant. Empires rise, conquer, and fall. Power dazzles, expands, and disappears. But ideas, patient, disciplined, and quietly persistent, continue their journey across centuries. Aristotle never commanded an army, never ruled a kingdom, and never conquered a city. Yet his influence, carried first by a young Macedonian king, still shapes how we think about leadership, ethics, and power today. And perhaps that is the final irony. Alexander conquered the world, but could not hold it. Aristotle never sought power at all, yet his thoughts still rule minds, long after the dust of empire has settled. Close your eyes now. Let the heavy curtains of the present world fall away. Imagine the air growing cooler, crisper, carrying the scent of pine forests, and the faint, briny tang of the Aegean Sea drifting over rocky hills. You are no longer where you were. You are drifting back 23 centuries to a time when firelight was the only defense against the dark. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We find ourselves in Pella, the capital of Macedon, in the year 343 BC. It is late. The stone corridors of the royal palace are drafty, the flickering torches casting long dancing shadows against walls hung with the spoils of war, dented shields, heavy spears, and tapestries woven with scenes of the hunt. King Philip II is awake. He paces the floor of his private chambers, the rhythmic thud of his heavy leather boots echoing like a slow heartbeat against the marble. Philip is a man carved from oak and scar tissue, a warrior king who has dragged his kingdom from the mud of obscurity into the bright, dangerous light of power. He has lost an eye in battle, and the empty socket is often covered, giving him a perpetually fierce, rakish appearance, like a pirate who accidentally stole a throne. He pauses by a narrow window, looking out over the sleeping city. Somewhere in the palace, his son Alexander is sleeping, or perhaps reading, or plotting. The boy is 13, a golden-haired tempest of potential. Philip loves him, but he also fears him, just a little. He has seen the boy tame the black stallion Bucephalus when grown men failed, soothing the terrified beast by simply turning it away from its own shadow. It was a moment of genius, yes, but also of terrifying will. Philip knows that a sword can conquer a neighbor, but only a sharp mind can hold an empire. The king of Macedon is a practical man. He knows he is rough around the edges, a man who enjoys his wine a bit too much and his diplomacy a bit too little. He needs a polishing stone for his diamond of a son. He needs the finest mind in Greece. And so, he dictates a letter. It is not a command, but an invitation, sent across the sea to a man who left the north years ago to study in the brilliance of Athens. The letter is addressed to Aristotle. Historians still argue about the exact terms of the deal struck that night. Some say Philip offered vast sums of gold. Others whisper that the price was much steeper, a negotiation of blood and stone. You see, years prior, Philip's armies had destroyed the city of Stagira, Aristotle's hometown. To get the philosopher, Philip had to promise to rebuild the city, brick by brick, and restore freedom to its enslaved citizens. It was a heavy price, a whole city for one teacher, but Philip, scratching his beard in the dim light, likely thought it a bargain. He seals the scroll with hot wax, the royal seal pressing down with the weight of destiny. The messenger takes it and vanishes into the cool night, riding south, toward the sea, toward Athens, toward the man who thinks in circles and lines. The game is set. The warrior calls for the thinker, and in the silence of the palace, the future holds its breath, waiting for the teacher to arrive. The summons found him not in a palace, but in the dappled shade of an olive tree in Athens, where the dust of the road mingled with the high-minded dust of debate. Aristotle was 41 years old, a man in the prime of his intellect, yet standing at a strange crossroads in his own life. He was not the stereotypical unwashed sage with a ragged beard and a distant stare. Historical accounts tell us Aristotle was actually quite the dandy, known for wearing rings on his fingers, keeping his hair fashionably short, and draping himself in fine linen robes. He was a man who appreciated the texture of the physical world as much as the metaphysics behind it. When King Philip's messenger arrived, dusty and smelling of horse sweat and urgency, Aristotle likely felt a strange pull of nostalgia mixed with trepidation. Macedon was not foreign soil to him. His father, Nicomachus, had been the court physician to Philip's father. Aristotle had walked those rough northern halls as a child, smelling the medicinal herbs and the metallic tang of blood. But he had become an Athenian by spirit, a creature of democracy, dialogue, and the sophisticated academy. To return to Pella now was to step out of the light of reason and back into the cave of the Cyclops. Yet, the offer was impossible to refuse. The reconstruction of Stagira, his ruined hometown, was a bribe of such sentimental magnitude that it bypassed his logic and struck directly at his heart. So the philosopher packed his scrolls, his specimens, and his fine cloaks, and turned his back on the Acropolis. The journey north was a slow transition from the tame to the wild. As the caravan moved away from the coast, the olive groves of the south gave way to deep, brooding forests of beech and fir, the kind of woods where legends said the Maenads danced in frenzy. The roads grew steeper, the air thinner and sharper, biting at the lungs. By the time the walls of Pella rose from the marshy plains, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Pella was not Athens. Athens was a city of stone and speech. Pella was a city of timber and muscle. It was a boomtown, the capital of a kingdom that was expanding so fast its borders seemed to blur like a spinning wheel. As Aristotle's carriage rattled over the wooden bridge and into the courtyard, the sensory assault would have been immediate. The air here smelled of wet clay, roasting meat, and unmixed wine, a potent barbaric scent to a refined Greek nose. In Athens, men watered their wine and discussed virtue. Here, they drank it neat and discussed conquest. Historians often contrast these two worlds, but Aristotle walked the line between them. He stepped out of his carriage, smoothing his robes, a beacon of composure in a sea of rough wool and leather. He was entering the viper's nest. The Macedonian court was notorious for its lethality. It was a place where a dinner party could end in a wedding or a murder, often depending on how much wine King Philip had consumed. To survive here, one needed more than intelligence. One needed instinct. As Aristotle moved through the palace, he would have sensed the eyes upon him, the hardened generals like Parmenion, who likely viewed a philosopher as a useless luxury, a soft ornament for a hard kingdom. And then, there was the queen. Somewhere in the shadowy recesses of the women's quarters waited Olympias, Alexander's mother. Myths cling to her like smoke. It was whispered she slept with snakes in her bed and practiced dark rites of Dionysus. Whether these were truths or merely the fearful slander of men who couldn't control her remains a subject of scholarly debate to this day. But her presence was a heavy electric charge in the air, a reminder that Alexander was not just the son of a soldier, but the son of a sorceress. Aristotle was shown to his quarters, likely far more rustic than his Athenian home, perhaps with a draught chilling the room and the noise of drilling soldiers drifting in from the yard. He was not just a tutor, he was a strategic asset, a piece of intellectual artillery Philip intended to aim at his son's head. The first meeting between the king and the philosopher would have been a study in contrasts. Philip, scarred, boisterous, missing an eye, radiating the heat of a man who lived entirely in the physical moment. And Aristotle, observant, precise, his mind a catalogue of causes and effects. Philip did not want Alexander to be a philosopher. He had no use for a king who stared at the clouds while the enemy stormed the gates. He wanted Alexander to be a superior kind of killer, one who understood the logic of the world so he could dismantle it. Teach him, Philip might have grunted, pouring a goblet of wine that looked suspiciously like dark blood. Teach him to be a Greek so he can lead them, but do not make him soft. It is a humorous irony that the man hired to teach moderation was employed by a man who knew none. Aristotle, clutching his scroll like a shield, would have nodded respectfully. He knew that his task was not merely to educate a boy, but to conduct a dangerous experiment. Could the wildest bloodline in the world be tamed by the gentle harness of logic? As he settled into his new life, the sheer noise of the palace must have been overwhelming. The Macedonians were loud. They laughed from the belly and shouted their grievances. One imagines Aristotle, accustomed to the polite, hushed murmurs of the Lyceum, perhaps wincing slightly as a drunken revelry broke out in the hall below, wondering if he had made a terrible mistake. But then he would remember Stagira. He would picture the walls rising again, the slaves freed, his childhood home restored. For that, he would endure the noise. For that, he would face the lion's cub, as the poets called the young prince. The court was a swirling vortex of ambition, with pages running messages, diplomats from Thrace and Illyria eyeing each other with suspicion, and the constant rhythmic clanging of the smithies forging sarissas, the long spears that were revolutionizing warfare. Aristotle observed it all. To him, this was biology on a macro scale. The court was a living organism, consuming resources, growing, fighting for survival. He took notes, mental or physical, categorizing the behaviors of these northern warriors, just as he categorized the sea urchins in the lagoon. He was the calma in the hurricane. He knew that soon the pageantry would be stripped away, and he would meet the boy. He had heard the stories, of course. The taming of Bucephalus, the defiance, the precocious intellect. But Aristotle was an empiricist. He believed only what he could see. He needed to look into the boy's eyes to know if there was a soul there capable of receiving the golden mean, or if the vessel was already cracked by the violence of his heritage. As the first night in Pella deepened, and the torches burned low, the philosopher lay awake, listening to the wind howl down from the mountains, the same wind that had hardened the men of this land into iron. He was a stranger in a strange land, armed only with thoughts against a world of swords. The experiment was about to begin. Tomorrow, he would not be debating equals in the stoa. He would be molding a master. The weight of the future pressed down on the roof of the palace, invisible and immense. Aristotle closed his eyes, seeking the order of geometry in the chaos of his thoughts, breathing in the cold Macedonian air, preparing to speak reason to a storm. To begin the great work of shaping a king, one must first remove him from the kingdom. Pella was too loud, too full of sharp whispers and sharper daggers, and King Philip, in a stroke of fatherly wisdom, or perhaps paranoid strategy, decided that the education of his heir required a sanctuary. He did not build a new academy of marble in the city center. Instead, he pointed his finger toward the verdant foothills of Mount Vermion, to a place called Mysa. It was a journey of only a few dozen miles, but in spirit, it was a voyage to a different world. The road from the capital wound through lush orchards, where peaches and pears hung heavy in the sun. The air sweetening with every mile traveled away from the stench of the royal stables. Aristotle rode in his carriage, watching the landscape shift from the flat, beaten plains of the soldiery to the cool, shadowed embrace of ancient woodlands. Mysa was not a fortress, nor was it a town in the traditional sense. It was a retreat, a place of gardens and running water, known locally as the precinct of the nymphs. It is difficult to imagine a more perfect setting for the collision of these two destinies. The ruins of this school can still be visited today, quiet, moss-covered stones, where the ghosts of ideas seem to linger in the humidity. But in 343 BC, it was alive. The centerpiece of Mysa was the Nymphaeum, a series of natural caves carved into a limestone cliff face, draped in ivy and ferns that dripped with the moisture of hidden springs. It was a place that felt sacred, older than gods and kings, a place where the earth itself seemed to be breathing. Philip had cleared out the locals and handed the entire precinct over to the philosopher, essentially gifting him a private university built by nature. When Aristotle stepped out onto the soft, loamy earth, he was not entering a classroom, but a cathedral of trees. The air here was distinct, cooler, filled with the sound of water trickling over rocks, a constant, soothing white noise that washed away the anxiety of court life. It was here that he would meet his students, not as a courtier bowing to a prince, but as a master welcoming a disciple. And what a group he found waiting for him. Alexander was not alone. Philip had sent the sons of his most powerful generals to be educated alongside him. They were a pack of adolescent wolves, fierce, energetic, bonded by blood and competition. There is a long-standing scholarly debate about Philip's true intentions here. Was he simply providing his son with peers to sharpen his mind against? Or, as some cynical historians suggest, was he gathering the sons of his barons as high-value hostages, ensuring the loyalty of their fathers while they studied under the guise of privilege? Philip was a man who could kill two birds with one stone, or in this case, educate a cabinet and secure a kingdom with one schoolhouse. Whatever the motive, the result was a fraternity of future conquerors, laughing and wrestling in the grass, waiting for the Athenian to speak. Aristotle, adjusting his robes and perhaps regretting the choice of thin sandals in the damp grass, looked upon them with the cool, analytical eye of a biologist spotting a new species of predator. He did not begin with lectures on politics or metaphysics. He began with the ground beneath their feet. The first lessons at Mieza were likely lessons of observation. Aristotle was a man who believed that truth was found in the physical world, not just in the abstract heavens. He would have led the boys along the shaded pathways, the peripatos, walking and talking, a method that would later define his school in Athens. Imagine the scene: the morning mist still clinging to the valley floor, the light filtering through the canopy in shafts of pale gold. Aristotle stops, crouching down to examine a beetle crawling over a limestone root. The boys, expecting tales of Achilles and glory, are forced to stop too. They crowd around, perhaps stifling giggles, their expensive tunics brushing against the ferns. "Look," Aristotle might have said, his voice low, forcing them to lean in. "Why does it move this way? What is its purpose? Nature does nothing in vain." It was a radical shift for boys raised to think that the only purpose of living things was to be conquered or eaten. Alexander, impatient, vibrating with the need to do, was being taught to see. The caves of the Nymphaeum became their lecture halls. Inside, the rock had been cut into stone benches, seats that still exist, worn smooth by centuries of rain and perhaps the shifting weight of restless teenagers. Here, the acoustics were perfect. Aristotle's voice would carry without effort, mixing with the sound of the nearby springs. He taught them that the world was a puzzle to be solved, not just a battlefield to be won. He showed them that the veins of a leaf mirrored the rivers of the earth. That logic was a structure as solid as the stone they sat upon. There is a gentle humor in imagining this clash of temperaments. The greatest intellect of the age trying to explain the golden mean to a group of boys who likely just wanted to race their horses or practice with wooden swords. One can imagine Aristotle pausing mid-sentence as a squirrel darted by, losing the attention of the future rulers of the world to a rodent, and having to patiently reel them back in with a question that pricked their pride. Is the squirrel free, he might ask, or is it a slave to its hunger? And what of a king who cannot control his own anger? Is he a master or a slave? These questions were hooks sinking deep into Alexander's psyche. The sanctuary of the nymphs allowed these lessons to sink in without the distraction of the court. There was no Queen Olympias here to whisper dark prophecies of godhood into Alexander's ear. There was no King Philip to roar about phalanxes. There was only the wind, the water, and the word. The isolation fostered a unique intimacy. Aristotle was not just a teacher, he became a father figure of the mind. In the evenings, as the sun dipped behind Mount Fermion and the sky turned a bruised purple. They would sit by the fires, eating simple meals. The distance between prince and philosopher collapsed in the twilight. Alexander, stripped of his royal retinue, was just a curious, brilliant boy, asking questions that raced ahead of the answers. It was in these quiet hours, with the cicadas humming their rhythmic chorus, that the foundation of the empire was truly laid. Not in the strategies of war, but in the disciplining of the imagination. The Nymphaeum was a bubble of suspended time, a brief, golden summer of the mind before the winter of war arrived. It was here, amidst the moss and the limestone, that Alexander learned to appreciate the delicate complexity of the world he would one day smash. The irony, of course, is that the peace of Mieza was designed to create a man capable of ending peace, but for now, let us leave them there, in the cool shadow of the cave. The old man pointing at the stars through the branches, and the young lion looking up, wondering if he could reach them, while the water of the springs flowed endlessly on, indifferent to the history being written on its banks. The canopy of Mieza filtered the harsh Macedonian sun into a soft, cathedral light, perfect for the kind of awakening Aristotle had in mind. He knew that to tame a conqueror, one must first captivate his curiosity. The boy, Alexander, was already a master of the physical world. He could ride, he could hunt, he could fight. But Aristotle wanted to give him a new kind of weapon, the scientific eye. The philosopher was not a mystic. He was the world's first true biologist, a man who believed that the secrets of the universe were hidden in the messy, tangible details of life. He did not ask Alexander to meditate on the abstract form of the horse, as his own teacher Plato might have done. Instead, he took the boy to the stables. Imagine the scene, the smell of hay and warm animal musk, dust motes dancing in the shafts of light. Aristotle stands by a mare, running his hand along her flank, while Alexander watches, perhaps impatient, perhaps intrigued. Observe the teeth, Aristotle instructs, opening the horse's mouth. How do they differ from the lion's? Why? He was teaching the prince to look for telos, purpose. Every creature, every organ, every leaf had a function, a reason for being, designed by nature to fulfill a specific role. If a horse's teeth were flat for grinding grass, and a lion's were sharp for tearing meat, then form followed function. And if this was true for beasts, Aristotle would gently pivot. Surely it must be true for kings. This was the subtle genius of his curriculum. By engaging Alexander's love for animals and nature, he was sneaking in lessons on ethics and governance. They spent hours cataloging the flora and fauna of the Macedonian hills. They dissected squids and fish, Aristotle guiding Alexander's hand as he sliced through the flesh to reveal the intricate organs within. It is a striking image. The hands that would one day unravel the Persian Empire, now delicate and precise, pinning back the skin of a sea urchin to count its parts. Historians debate how much of this scientific training stuck. Did Alexander truly care about the biology of a frog? Or was he just humoring his teacher? The evidence suggests it went deep. Years later, on campaign in hostile lands, Alexander would pause his march to send exotic specimens back to Athens for Aristotle's collection. He would commission surveys of foreign rivers and mountains. The conqueror became a surveyor, treating the unknown world not just as territory to be taken, but as data to be gathered. This hunger for discovery, this need to know what lay beyond the next hill, physically and empirically, was the seed planted in those quiet afternoons at Mieza. Aristotle also introduced him to medicine. In the ancient world, a king who could not tend to his own wounds or the wounds of his men was a liability. But for Aristotle, medicine was more than bandages and poultices. It was the ultimate application of logic. The body was a system, a microcosm of the state. If the humors were out of balance, too much heat, too much bile, the body sickened. The remedy was not magic, but restoration of balance. The physician, Aristotle might have said, while grinding herbs in a mortar, does not create health. He removes the obstacles to it. The metaphor was clear. A ruler does not create prosperity. He removes the obstacles of injustice and chaos so that the state may thrive naturally. Alexander took to medicine with a surprising tenderness. He would later be known to personally prescribe treatments for his sick friends, mixing potions and debating with his doctors. It showed a side of him that history often forgets: the nurturer, the man who believed he could fix broken things. But science also had a harder edge. Aristotle taught Alexander geography, not as a collection of myths, but as a map of power. They studied the layout of the known world, the great land masses of Europe, Asia, and Libya, Africa, encircled, they believed, by the great ocean river. Aristotle's world was smaller than ours, of course. He believed India was the eastern edge of the earth, and that beyond it lay the endless sea. This error would have fateful consequences. It gave Alexander a finite goal. If the world had an end, a limit, then it could be conquered. Aristotle unintentionally gave the boy a finish line. The earth is a sphere, he taught, pointing to the shadow of the earth on the moon during an eclipse, and it is comprehensible. To a boy like Alexander, comprehensible meant winnable. There were moments of levity in these lessons too. One can imagine the dry wit of the philosopher when Alexander asked about the mythical creatures his mother told him about, centaurs and gorgons. Aristotle, holding up a crab or a lizard, would gently debunk the myths. Nature does not stitch parts together randomly, he would say. A man with a horse's body would have 2 hearts, 2 stomachs. It is biologically inefficient. He was grounding the boy in reality, trying to strip away the superstition that clogged the Macedonian court. He was trying to build a mind that was skepticism-proof. Yet, he could never quite scrub away the influence of Olympias. Alexander would nod at the logic of the 2 hearts, but late at night, he still dreamt of Achilles and divine blood. Science could explain the how of the world, but it couldn't quite satisfy Alexander's need for the why of his own burning ambition. These lessons were not just academic, they were sensory and immediate. They walked the riverbanks, feeling the cold mud between their toes, tasting the bitterness of medicinal roots, smelling the ozone of approaching storms. Aristotle was teaching Alexander to trust his senses, to verify, to test. Do not accept the word of authority, he might have whispered, a dangerous thing to say to a prince. Trust what you can prove. It was a double-edged sword. It made Alexander brilliant, adaptable, and pragmatic. But it also fed his arrogance. If he could understand the mechanism of a bird's wing, why couldn't he understand the mechanism of an empire? If he could cure a fever, why couldn't he cure the political sickness of Greece? The scientific method, intended to create a rational observer, was instead creating a rational architect of conquest. As the sun set on those long days, casting the nymphaeum in bruised purple and gold. The transition was subtle. The boy who arrived wanting to be a hero was becoming a boy who wanted to be an explorer. He was learning that the world was vast, complex, and filled with wonders that had no names. Aristotle had opened the door to the universe, hoping Alexander would stand in the doorway and admire the view. He didn't realize that Alexander was already lacing his boots, ready to step through and claim every single inch of it. The seeds of the great expedition were not sown in a war room, but here, over dissected frogs and maps drawn in the sand. The tragedy, which neither could see yet, was that the tools of understanding would become the tools of domination. The mind that learned to catalog the world would eventually decide to own it. But for now, under the rustling leaves of Mieza, it was just a teacher and a student, marveling at the perfection of a spider's web, unaware that they were spinning a web of their own that would soon ensnare the entire world. From the dissection of the physical world, the lessons naturally drifted inward to the anatomy of the soul. If the body was a machine governed by the laws of nature, Aristotle reasoned, then character was a structure governed by the laws of habit. It was here, in the golden drowsy afternoons of Mieza, that the philosopher introduced his most famous and difficult concept, the golden mean. The setting for these discussions was often the shaded portico, where the heat of the day was kept at bay by thick stone walls and the rhythmic fanning of palm fronds by silent servants. Aristotle would often bring a lyre to these lessons, a simple U-shaped stringed instrument. He was not a master musician, but he understood the physics of sound. He would pluck a string that was loose and flaccid, producing a dull, flat thrum that died instantly in the air. Then he would tighten the peg until the string groaned under the strain, plucking it so hard it screeched, harsh and biting, threatening to snap. Finally, he would find the center, the perfect tension, and a clear, resonant note would sing out, filling the courtyard with harmony. Virtue, he would tell the watching prince, is like music. It is the art of hitting the right note. It is the mean between the excess and the deficiency. This was the core of what would become the Nicomachean Ethics, a guide to living well that scholars believe was refined during these very years. But for Alexander, a boy whose internal engine ran on a mixture of jet fuel and divine fire, the idea of moderation sounded suspiciously like mediocrity. To a teenager who dreamed of eclipsing Achilles, the middle road looked like the path for cowards and accountants, not kings. Aristotle, sensing this resistance, had to work carefully. He explained that the mean was not an arithmetic average. It wasn't about being lukewarm. It was about precision. Take courage, he would argue. Courage is a virtue. But what happens if you have too little of it? You become a coward, paralyzed by fear. Alexander would nod. He understood and despised cowardice. But then Aristotle would pivot to the trap. What happens if you have too much fearlessness? If you have no fear at all, you become rash. You become reckless. The rash man throws his life away for no reason. He is not brave. He is merely suicidal. True courage, Aristotle insisted, was knowing when to fight and when to wait. It was the intelligent management of fear. Alexander likely chaffed at this. In his mind, there was no such thing as too much courage. He was the boy who would later lead charges from the front, taking arrows to the lung and blows to the head, terrifying his own generals with his refusal to be careful. One can imagine a moment of gentle friction here perhaps with a touch of humor. Alexander might have asked, with a smirk, if there was a golden mean for drinking wine at the symposiums his father loved so much. Aristotle, who enjoyed his vintage but prized his clarity, might have dryly replied that the mean between a drunkard and a teetotaler was a man who could enjoy the party without needing to be carried home on his shield. A lesson Alexander's father, Philip, frequently failed to master. This concept of balance extended to everything. Generosity was the mean between stinginess and wastefulness. Friendliness was the mean between surliness and obsequiousness. Aristotle was trying to build a king who was balanced, a gyroscope that could remain stable no matter how fast the world spun around him. But there was one concept in Aristotle's ethics that truly captured Alexander's imagination, the one bridge between the philosopher's caution and the prince's ambition, the great-souled man, or the megalopsychos. Aristotle described this ideal person as someone who claims much because he deserves much. He is not humble, for false humility is a vice, but he is not vain, for vanity is claiming what you do not deserve. The great-souled man is calm, deep-voiced, moves slowly, and is indifferent to small honors, but accepts great ones as his due. When Alexander heard this, his eyes must have lit up. This was a philosophy he could wear like a cloak. He didn't want to be moderate. He wanted to be great-souled. He wanted to be the man who deserved the world. Historians still debate whether Aristotle included this concept specifically to flatter and guide Alexander, or if Alexander simply cherry-picked the parts of the philosophy that suited his ego. It is a classic case of a student hearing what he wants to hear. Aristotle said, "Be great, but be worthy of it through virtue." Alexander heard, "You are great, so take what is yours." The tension between teacher and student in these moments was not hostile. It was the friction of two different elements, like water meeting hot iron. Aristotle was the voice of the polis, the city-state, a world of laws, limits, and community. He believed a man outside the city was either a beast or a god. Alexander was beginning to suspect he might be the latter. He felt constrained by the idea of limits. Why should a king be limited by anything other than his own will? Aristotle would counter with history, pulling down scrolls of tragedies. Look at Xerxes, he would warn. Look at Oedipus, hubris, the arrogance of overstepping human bounds, always invites nemesis, the divine retribution. He was trying to install a governor on Alexander's engine, a fail-safe against tyranny. He taught that a king ruled over willing subjects, like a father over a family, while a tyrant ruled over unwilling slaves, like a master over cattle. Ideally, Aristotle taught, the law should rule, not the man. But Alexander looked at his father. He looked at the weakness of the Greek states, and he saw that it was men, strong, ruthless men, who made the laws. As the afternoon light softened into the amber glow of evening, and the cicadas began their rising drone, the lessons would wind down. The air would grow heavy with the scent of jasmine and the cooling earth. They would put away the lyre, the vibrations of its strings fading into silence. Aristotle likely felt a mix of pride and anxiety. The boy was brilliant, absorbing complex ethical frameworks faster than any student he had ever known. He could debate the nature of justice with the sharpness of a lawyer, but the emotional governor, the true internal acceptance of the mean, seemed to slide off him. Alexander was a creature of extremes. He loved his friends wildly and hated his enemies totally. He gave gifts that bankrupted the treasury and took risks that endangered the kingdom. He was a tightly wound string, tuned far higher than the golden mean, vibrating with a pitch that was piercing and dangerous. Aristotle, packing away his scrolls, might have watched the young prince walk away toward the training grounds, sword in hand, and wondered if he had tuned the instrument or merely sharpened the blade. The philosophy of the golden mean was meant to save Alexander from himself. In the end, it would become merely a rhetorical tool for the king to justify his power. He would claim to be bringing order to the chaos of the barbarians. But in the quiet sanctuary of Mieza, the tragedy had not yet played out. There was only the peaceful struggle of ideas, the old man preaching balance to a young man destined for the edge, while the sun dipped below the horizon, balancing perfectly for a moment between the light of reason and the darkness of the coming storm. In the hushed stillness of the library at Mieza, amidst the scent of cedar oil and dried papyrus, Aristotle presented Alexander with a gift that would outlast every fortress he ever built. It was not a weapon of steel, nor a map of gold, but a scroll. This was no ordinary copy of Homer's Iliad, bought from a market stall in Athens. It was a bespoke edition, painstakingly corrected and annotated by Aristotle himself. History knows this specific manuscript as the recension of the casket. Named for the precious jeweled box Alexander would later find among the spoils of Persia to house it. But in this moment, it was simply a teacher handing a student a mirror. Aristotle held the scroll with reverence, his fingers tracing the rough texture of the outer casing. This, he told the prince, is not a story. It is a diagnosis. He unrolled it on the low wooden table, the lamp oil sputtering softly, illuminating the columns of Greek text that marched like phalanxes across the page. Aristotle had gone through the epic line by line, lightly smoothing out dialectic inconsistencies and adding marginal notes that highlighted moral dilemmas rather than just bloody triumphs. He knew Alexander was already obsessed with Achilles, the fleet-footed hero of the Trojan War. Alexander claimed descent from him through his mother, Olympias. To the boy, Achilles was not a character. He was an ancestor, a blueprint, a ghost who whispered in his blood. Aristotle's goal with this gift was to curate that obsession. He wanted Alexander to see the whole of Achilles, not just the invincible warrior who slew Hector, but the tragic figure whose uncontrollable rage, his menace, brought ruin to his own camp and death to his beloved companion Patroclus. Read the first line, Aristotle might have urged, pointing a slender finger at the ink. Sing, goddess, of the rage of Peleus's son Achilles. The lesson was subtle but piercing. The poem does not begin with glory. It begins with anger. It begins with a flaw. Alexander, however, likely read the text with different eyes. Where Aristotle saw a cautionary tale about the destructiveness of ego, Alexander saw a manual for immortality. He traced the lines where Achilles chose a short life of eternal glory over a long life of obscurity. To a teenage prince, the choice was obvious. The tragic ending wasn't a deterrent. It was the price of admission. One can imagine the quiet tension in the room as they discussed the text. Aristotle might have highlighted the scene where Achilles mourns Patroclus, emphasizing the terrible cost of pride. Alexander would have listened, his eyes perhaps drifting to the window, but his mind was likely racing to his own Patroclus, Hephaestion. The bond between Alexander and Hephaestion was already forming in the classrooms of Mieza, a friendship so deep and mirroring that it would later confuse even queens. By giving Alexander the Iliad, Aristotle inadvertently gave them a script. They weren't just friends. They were the new heroes of a new age, destined to replay the ancient drama. This copy of the Iliad became the most traveled book in human history. Alexander treated it as a sacred talisman. Ancient historians tell us that he slept with this scroll under his pillow every night, right beside a dagger. The image is striking, the poem and the blade, the dream and the violence, resting together beneath the head of the sleeping king. It suggests a man who could not separate his imagination from his reality. The Iliad was his connection to the divine, his proof that men could transcend their mortality if they struck hard enough. Aristotle had intended the book to be a tether to civilization, a reminder of Greek values, of honor, of the tragedy of war. Instead, it became the fuel for the fire. Alexander didn't want to avoid Achilles' fate. He wanted to perfect it. There is a gentle, scholarly humor to be found in the margins of this story. Aristotle, the great logician who categorized mollusks and defined the syllogism, spent years editing a poem about gods and monsters for a student who believed he was one of them. It highlights the limit of education. You can edit the text, but you cannot edit the reader. Aristotle marked passages about prudence and statecraft, hoping Alexander would study the wisdom of Nestor, the old counselor. Alexander likely skipped those parts to get back to the fighting. Yet, the gift forged a permanent intellectual bond between them. Even when they were thousands of miles apart, Alexander would quote lines from this specific version, using it as a code, a shared language that only he and his teacher truly understood. As the lesson ended, and Alexander took the scroll into his own hands, the weight of it must have felt significant. It was light as paper, but heavy as destiny. He rolled it up tight, feeling the texture of the knowledge he now possessed. Aristotle watched him, perhaps with a twinge of resignation. He had given the boy the best of Greek culture, the highest art, the deepest wisdom. But as Alexander walked out of the library, the scroll tucked under his arm, stepping into the night air that smelled of rain and pine, he wasn't thinking of the golden mean or the danger of excess. He was thinking of the plains of Troy. He was thinking that the map Aristotle had shown him was wrong. The world didn't end at India. It ended where he said it ended. The Iliad was no longer just a book. It was an invitation, and Alexander had just accepted it. The sanctuary of Mieza was designed to keep the world out, but no wall is high enough to block the shadow of a king like Philip II. As the seasons turned, painting the lush canopy of the school of nymphs in shades of russet and dying gold, the reality of the Macedonian state began to bleed into the idyll of philosophy. It started with the messengers. At first, they were infrequent, lone riders arriving with scrolls sealed in royal wax, bringing news of distant skirmishes in Thrace or diplomatic wrangling in Illyria. But soon, the rhythm accelerated. The riders became a constant thrumming presence, their horses kicking up the quiet dust of the philosopher's garden, their armor clinking with an urgency that disrupted lectures on botany and metaphysics. Aristotle, standing amidst his students with a specimen of fern in hand, would pause as the smell of horse sweat and iron drifted on the breeze, overpowering the scent of wild thyme. He knew what this meant. The father was coming to inspect his investment. King Philip was not a man of books. He was a man of mud, blood, and geometry. He had taken a kingdom of shepherds and turned it into the most feared military machine in the known world, largely through the invention of the sarissa, an 18-foot pike that transformed a row of men into an impenetrable porcupine of steel. When Philip finally visited Mieza in person, the contrast between the two dominant figures in Alexander's life could not have been more stark. Imagine the scene. The philosopher, draped in clean linen, standing by a babbling brook, and the king, stomping through the undergrowth in heavy greaves, smelling of campfires and unwashed wool. Philip was a walking map of violence. By this point in his life, he had lost an eye to an arrow, broken his collarbone, maimed his hand, and walked with a severe limp from a spear through the thigh. He was a battered, boisterous, terrifying force of nature. To the young students, the arrival of the king was like a thunderclap clearing the humidity. Alexander, who had been debating the nature of the soul, suddenly stood straighter, his eyes hardening. The dynamic shifted instantly from the abstract to the concrete. Philip did not care about the golden mean. He cared about logistics. He would have looked at the teenage boys, his future generals, and seen not scholars, but unfinished weapons. One can imagine the rough, barking laughter of the king as he picked up one of Aristotle's delicate astronomical instruments, turning it over in his scarred hands with a mix of curiosity and disdain. "Can this tell me when the snows will block the passes to Illyria?" he might have asked. When Aristotle politely explained it, tracked the movement of the celestial spheres, Philip lightly handed it back with a grunt. Useful for the gods, less so for the infantry. This was the tension that defined Alexander's existence, the pull between the library and the barracks. Philip's presence brought the war into the classroom. He would recount the details of his latest campaigns, not as stories of heroism, but as problems of engineering. He spoke of supply lines, of bribing city officials, of the exact angle required to shatter a shield wall. Aristotle listened to these tales with a clinical fascination. He realized that Philip was, in his own way, a master logician. There was a brutal rationality to his warfare. Philip didn't fight for glory. He fought to win. He didn't duel champions. He crushed formations. For Alexander, these visits were a crucible. He revered his father's power, but resented his father's dominance. There is a famous anecdote, perhaps apocryphal, but emotionally true, where Alexander hears of Philip taking yet another city and complains to his friends, "My father will leave nothing for me to conquer." It reveals the anxiety of the son, the fear that the world was finite, and Philip was eating it all. Aristotle, observing this, had to navigate a dangerous path. He could not openly criticize the king, yet he had to teach Alexander that there was a higher form of power than mere annexation. He tried to frame Philip's conquests as the matter of the state, while Alexander's future rule would be the form, the intelligence that ordered the chaos. "Your father gathers the clay," Aristotle might have whispered, "but you must be the sculptor." It was a flattering lie, or perhaps a hopeful prophecy. During these visits, the lessons at Mieza subtly changed. The pure sciences gave way to applied politics. Aristotle began to teach the boys about the constitutions of the Greek city-states, analyzing their weaknesses. He explained why democracies were slow to act, why oligarchies were prone to betrayal and why tyrannies were unstable. This was information Philip needed his son to have. They were dissecting their future enemies. The boys learned that the Spartans were disciplined but rigid, unable to adapt. The Athenians were brilliant but paralyzed by debate. It was intelligence gathering, masquerading as history class. Philip would have nodded in approval at this. He didn't need Alexander to be a philosopher king in the Platonic sense. He needed him to be a psychological warrior, one who could read a nation's soul and exploit its cracks. Yet, there were moments of profound vulnerability. Philip, despite his bluster, was aging. The wounds were taking their toll. He would sit by the fire in the evenings, drinking heavily. Too heavily, Aristotle noted with disapproval, and looking at his son with a mixture of pride and suspicion. Philip had other wives, other children, but Alexander was the one who mattered. He was the one who looked like him, who had the same fire, but who also had the dangerous polish of the mother Olympias. Historians still argue about the true nature of Philip's feelings toward Alexander. Did he see a successor or a rival? Did he hire Aristotle to sharpen the boy, or to keep him occupied and out of the way while Philip ruled? The answer is likely both. In the flickering firelight of Mieza, as the wind howled down from the mountains, the three of them sat in a triangle of power. The king who built the machine, the philosopher who explained the machine, and the prince who would drive it off a cliff. The shadows of the father were not just metaphorical. Philip's physical decline was a reminder of mortality, a concept Aristotle tried to teach through biology, but which Philip taught through limping. It instilled in Alexander a sense of urgency. If the greatest man in the world could be broken by time and iron, then time was the only true enemy. He didn't have forever to study. He didn't have forever to wait for the throne. The peaceful interlude of Mieza was ending, not because the lessons were finished, but because the war was waiting. As Philip rode away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the lingering scent of violence, Aristotle would have seen the change in his students. They were no longer just boys catching frogs by the river. They were checking the edges of their practice swords. They were looking south toward the chaotic politics of Greece and east toward the gold of Persia. The garden had been breached. The real world, with its jagged edges and lack of golden means, had intruded. Aristotle could teach them about the movement of the stars, but he couldn't stop them from reaching for the sword. The silence of the nymphs returned after the king left, but it was different now. It was the silence of a held breath before the plunge. The philosophical training wheels were about to come off, and the shadows were getting longer. In the long, amber-lit afternoons that followed the king's departure, the focus of the school shifted from the singular sun to the orbiting planets. Alexander was the center of gravity, certainly, but he was not alone. History often paints the conqueror as a solitary figure standing against the world, but at Mieza, he was merely the leader of a pack. This was the incubator of the heteroi, the companions, a brotherhood that would eventually carve up the known world like a roasted ox at a banquet. To look at them then, sprawled on the grass, in tunics stained with mulberries and ink, was to see a terrifying concentration of future power disguised as adolescent indolence. There was Hephaestion, taller than the rest, with a quiet intensity that mirrored Alexander's fire with cool water. Their bond was already the subject of whispers and, later, centuries of scholarly debate. Were they merely the closest of friends, bound by the Greek ideal of philia, or was it something deeper, a reenactment of the sacred tragedy of Achilles and Patroclus? Aristotle, who wrote extensively on the nature of friendship, observed them with a keen eye. He taught that a friend is another self, a single soul dwelling in two bodies. In Hephaestion, Alexander found the only person who did not fear him, the only one who could look the lion in the eye and not blink. While the others competed for Alexander's favor, Hephaestion seemed to already possess his heart, a fact that stabilized the volatile prince. He was the anchor in the coming storm. Then there was Ptolemy, a shrewd, sharp-witted boy with a talent for logistics and a memory that clung to details like a burr. He sat often with a stylus in hand, sketching not just the geometry problems Aristotle assigned, but the faces of his friends. It is a profound historical irony that this boy, laughing as he threw a grape at Alexander, would one day be the Pharaoh of Egypt, the founder of a dynasty that would end with Cleopatra, and the man who would steal Alexander's dead body to secure his own legitimacy. But here, he was just a clever friend who knew where the kitchen staff hid the honey cakes. Sitting nearby might have been Craterus, the most traditionally Macedonian of the group, a boy of immense physical strength and rigid honor, who would grow up to be the most loyal of generals, the one who loved the king while Hephaestion loved the man. And we must not forget Nearchus, the Cretan, who stared at the streams of the Nymphaeum with a sailor's longing, already dreaming of fleets that would sail where no Greek ship had ever gone. These boys were not merely classmates. They were the future governors of Babylon, the satraps of Persia, the kings of the Hellenistic world. Yet, under the tutelage of Aristotle, they were simply students trying to understand the metaphysics of being. Aristotle understood that he was not just teaching a prince, but a cabinet. He structured his lessons to foster a specific kind of camaraderie. He encouraged debate, not as a fight to the death, but as a dialectic process, a wrestling match of ideas where the goal was truth, not victory. One can imagine the scene, the boys forming a circle, the air thick with the hum of summer insects, debating the merits of democracy versus monarchy. Aristotle would play the moderator, the referee in a game of mental athletics. If the best flute player should have the best flute, he would posit, referencing his own politics, then who should have the most power, the strongest, or the wisest? Alexander would argue for the strongest, naturally, citing the natural order of the animal kingdom. Ptolemy might argue for the cleverest. Hephaestion might argue for the most just. These debates were not idle. They were the rehearsals for the council meetings that would one day decide the fate of nations from the Nile to the Indus. There was a lightness to these days, a soft humor that history rarely records. We must imagine the pranks, the frogs placed in the philosopher's sandals, the sketches of Aristotle caricatured as an owl, the suppressed giggles during a particularly dry lecture on the digestive system of the ruminant. Aristotle, a man of patience but also of dignity, likely bore these indignities with a sigh, knowing that high spirits were the byproduct of high vitality. He might have even cracked a rare smile, perhaps noting to himself that a boy who could organize a successful raid on the pantry showed the rudimentary skills of a general. But beneath the laughter, a steel lattice was being forged. The concept of the companion in Macedon was not just a title, it was a blood oath. In the crucible of Mieza, these boys learned to move as one organism. They learned each other's rhythms, their weaknesses, their tells. Aristotle's philosophy of the polis, the community, reinforced this. He taught that a man alone is vulnerable, but a community bound by virtue is invincible. He was trying to instill a sense of civic duty, a republican ideal where they would rule together as a council of the wise. He failed in that, of course. They would not be a council, they would be a court. But he succeeded in creating a loyalty that was ferocious. When Alexander eventually charged into the teeth of the Persian army, he did so, knowing that the men on his left and right were not just soldiers, but the boys who had learned the names of the stars beside him. The tragedy, which hung over the garden like an unseen cloud, was that this unity was finite. The seeds of the wars that would tear them apart were also present in that garden. The ambition Aristotle nurtured in Alexander would eventually consume the others. Perdiccas, Harpalus, Philotas, names that would end in betrayal, execution, or murder. But for this brief, suspended moment in time, they were innocent of their futures. They were just a knot of friends, bound by youth and the golden words of a teacher who dreamed of a rational world. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the limestone floor of the cave, Aristotle would dismiss them. They would run off, shouting, racing towards the river or the horses, their energy exploding outward. The philosopher would be left alone with his scrolls, watching them go. He was a biologist, and he knew that in nature, the strongest cubs often kill their siblings to survive. He must have wondered, as he rolled up the treatise on friendship, if he was raising a pack of wolves that would one day turn on each other. But the sound of their laughter, drifting back through the trees, offered a temporary comfort. The world was still whole, the map was still blank, and the companions were just boys, shoulder to shoulder, walking into a twilight that felt like a dawn. The golden idol of Mieza did not fade away. It was severed by the sharp edge of necessity. The year was 340 BC. Alexander was 16 years old, a threshold that in Macedon meant he was no longer a child to be taught, but a man to be used. King Philip, whose ambition was a fire that consumed all oxygen in the room, turned his gaze towards the strategic straits of Byzantium and Perinthus. To besiege such distant fortified cities, he needed every veteran soldier he possessed. He could not leave a vacuum of power behind in Pella. And so, with a pragmatism that outweighed his paranoia, he summoned his son from the Garden of the Nymphs and handed him the royal seal. Alexander was named Regent of Macedon. The classroom was closed. The kingdom was now his desk. Aristotle watched this transformation with a complex mixture of pride and trepidation. He had spent 3 years filling the vessel with wisdom. Now he would see if it would hold water or spill blood. He returned to Pella with the prince, not as a tutor, but as an advisor, watching from the shadows of the pillared halls. The change in Alexander was physical. The simple tunic of the student was replaced by the chlamys of state. The hands that had dissected frogs now wore the heavy gold signet ring of his father, a ring that was perhaps a size too big, slipping slightly on the finger, a constant reminder of the shoes he had to fill. One can imagine a moment of quiet humor in the library, Aristotle watching the teenage regent struggling to read a diplomatic scroll because the heavy seal kept weighing down his hand, a visual metaphor for the burden of power. The state, Aristotle might have reminded him, is not a toy. It is a ship, and you are merely steering while the captain is away. But Alexander had no intention of merely steering. He intended to chart a course. He did not have to wait long. The Mede, a fierce Thracian tribe from the upper Strymon Valley, sensed the absence of the old wolf. They saw a cub on the throne and assumed the kingdom was soft. They rose in revolt, burning border villages and challenging Macedonian authority. It was the test every young king dreads and desires. A lesser boy might have sent for his father or hunkered down behind the walls of Pella. Alexander did neither. He did what he had read about in the Iliad. He did what he had analyzed in the strategy sessions at Mietza. He mustered the home guard, the older men and the boys, too young for Philip's war, and marched north. Aristotle did not ride with him. Philosophers belong in the agora, not the vanguard. But he would have received the reports. And what he heard must have chilled him, even as it vindicated his teaching. Alexander did not fight like a berserker. He fought like a logician. He used the terrain. He exploited the enemy's lack of discipline. The campaign was swift, brutal, and decisive. The mighty were crushed, their resistance broken not just by force, but by a terrifying speed that would become Alexander's signature. He drove them from their main settlement, cleansing the land of what he considered barbarism. Then came the act that truly signaled the end of his childhood. On the smoking ruins of the Maiae capital, Alexander did not simply raise a fort. He founded a city. He populated it with a mix of Greeks and locals, creating a new social order, and he gave it a name. He did not name it in honor of the gods. He did not name it Philippopolis, after his father, as custom might dictate. He named it Alexandropolis, the city of Alexander. He was 16. It was an act of breathtaking hubris. He was mimicking his father, yes. Philip had his own city, but to do so before he was even king, while merely warming the throne. It was a shout to the world that he had arrived. When the news reached Aristotle, the philosopher likely sat in silence for a long time. He had taught Alexander that the highest form of human organization was the polis, the city-state, where civilized men lived under law. He had taught him that founding a city was a godlike act of creation. Alexander had listened, but he had twisted the lesson. He used the city not just as a vessel for civilization, but as a monument to his own ego. Alexandropolis. The name tasted of vanity. Yet Aristotle could not deny the competence behind it. The boy had taken a chaotic, hostile region and imposed Greek order upon it. Was this not the very definition of the civilizing mission Aristotle had preached? It was the central tension of their relationship made manifest in stone and mortar. The philosophy justified the conquest, but the conquest fed the tyranny. Historians still debate Philip's reaction to this. Some say he was amused by his son's precociousness, laughing at the audacity of the boy king. Others suggest a seed of jealousy was planted then, a realization that the tool he had sharpened was becoming a weapon that might turn in his hand. But for Aristotle, the lesson was more personal. He realized that the era of hypothetical ethics was over. Alexander was no longer a student to be molded. He was a force to be mitigated. The boy who had gently held a bird's egg was now burning villages and drawing maps with his own name in the center. When Alexander returned to Pella, flushed with victory and smelling of smoke, the dynamic in the room shifted permanently. He was now a veteran. He had taken life. He had built a world. Aristotle may have greeted him with a nod of respect, but he would have seen the hardness in the eyes that hadn't been there before. The innocence of the nymphaeum was gone, buried under the foundations of a city in Thrace. The experiment had succeeded, but the result was terrifying. The philosopher had wanted a philosopher king. He had gotten a conqueror who could quote Homer while burning a town. As night fell over the palace, the wind blowing from the north seemed to carry the distant cries of the mighty, a haunting reminder that ideas, once they leave the mind of the thinker, have a violent life of their own in the hands of the doer. The first blood had been spilled, and the taste of it was sweet to the young prince. The summer of 336 BC was heavy with heat and hubris. The setting was Aegae, the ancient spiritual heart of Macedon, a place of tombs and temples where the veil between the living and the dead was thin. King Philip, now the master of all Greece, was hosting a wedding. It was a spectacle designed to dazzle the world, the marriage of his daughter, Cleopatra, to her uncle, Alexander of Epirus. But more than a wedding, it was a coronation of Philip's ego. He had just sent an advance force into Asia. He was poised to be the liberator of the Greeks and the scourge of Persia. The atmosphere in the theater was electric, vibrating with the roar of thousands of guests, dignitaries, and soldiers. The air smelled of expensive incense, roasted meats, and the sweat of a crowd pressed too close together. Aristotle was likely there, seated among the honored guests, his sharp eyes observing the pageantry with a mixture of appreciation and unease. He had taught Alexander that tragedy occurs when men overstep their bounds, and Philip was striding dangerously close to the sun. The morning of the celebration, Philip made a decision that would seal his fate. He ordered his bodyguards to hang back. He wanted to enter the theater alone, walking between the two Alexanders, his son and his new son-in-law, to show the world that he was protected not by steel, but by the love of his people. It was a magnificent, theatrical gesture. It was also a fatal error. As the king stepped into the arena, wearing a white cloak that seemed to glow in the morning light, the crowd erupted. He was at the pinnacle of human achievement. He had even commissioned a procession of statues of the 12 Olympian gods, with a 13th statue of himself added to the line. He was declaring himself equal to the divine. Aristotle, watching this procession, might have frowned, remembering his lessons on hubris. The gods, he knew, do not tolerate rivals. And then, the world shattered. From the shadows of the entrance, a figure lunged. It was Pausanias, a disgruntled royal bodyguard, a young man consumed by a personal grievance that had festered into madness. The attack was so swift, so intimate, that for a heartbeat, it must have looked like an embrace. Pausanias drove a Celtic dagger into Philip's ribs, twisting it with the fury of a lover spurned. The king of Macedon, the conqueror of Greece, the man of iron, crumpled like a discarded puppet. The white cloak turned red. The roar of the crowd severed into a scream of collective horror. Time seemed to freeze. In the chaos that followed, 3 young friends of Alexander, Perdiccas, Leonatus, and Attalus, sprinted after the assassin. Pausanias scrambled toward waiting horses, desperate for escape, but fate, or perhaps a vine from a decorative wreath, caught his foot. He stumbled. The spears of the pursuers found him before he could rise. The assassin died in the dirt, taking his motives to the grave, leaving behind a mystery that historians still argue over today. Was he acting alone? or was he a dagger held by another hand? Eyes in the crowd darted to Olympias, sitting stone-faced and terrifyingly calm. They darted to Alexander, but there was no time for accusations. In the center of the theater, Alexander did not weep. He did not freeze. The training of Miedza, the discipline of the golden mean, and the cold reality of Macedonian politics instantly crystallized within him. While others wavered, he acted. He stepped over the body of his father and into the vacuum of power. He was 20 years old. The boy who had debated the nature of the soul was gone. The king had arrived. He was immediately surrounded by his supporters, the generals who saw in him the only hope for stability. The chant began, low at first, then rising like a gale. Alexander! Alexander! Aristotle, amidst the stampede and the shouting, witnessed the terrifying swiftness of the transition. He saw the political animal in its rawest form. The state did not mourn. It merely reconfigured. He must have looked at the dead body of Philip, the man who had rebuilt his hometown, the man who had given him the perfect laboratory, and felt the profound indifference of the universe. All of Philip's plans, his anger, his appetites, extinguished in a second by a piece of sharp metal. It was the ultimate lesson in the fragility of power. No matter how many armies you command, you are still made of soft meat. But Aristotle also saw something else. He saw his student. He saw Alexander's face, pale but composed, issuing orders with a voice that cut through the panic. There was no hesitation. Alexander moved to secure the palace, to secure the treasury, to secure the loyalty of the army. He didn't look like a philosopher now. He looked like a predator who had just realized he was the apex of the food chain. The great-souled man Aristotle had described, the one who accepts great honors as his due, was manifesting before him, but in a way that was darker and more dangerous than the theory. Alexander accepted the crown not as a gift, but as a theft he had anticipated. The days that followed were a blur of blood and iron. Alexander moved to eliminate any rivals to the throne. Princes were executed, factions were purged. It was a brutal consolidation of power, a cleaning of the house that left no room for dissent. Aristotle remained in the background, perhaps counseling moderation, where he could, but largely helpless against the machinery of succession. He saw that the ethical frameworks he had taught were being bent to serve the necessity of survival. Justice, Alexander might have argued, is the preservation of the state, and the state was him. The funeral of Philip was a final smoky punctuation mark to the old era. The king was burned on a great pyre, his bones washed in wine and wrapped in purple cloth, then placed in a golden larnax inside a tomb filled with treasures, silver vessels, armor, and an exquisite hunting scene painted on the frieze. Alexander stood before the flames, the new master of the world. He was young, beautiful, and terrifying. The shadow of the father was gone, but a new, longer shadow was stretching out toward the east. As the smoke drifted up toward the indifferent gods, Aristotle likely realized that his time as a teacher was effectively over. He could advise, he could warn, but he could no longer mold. The clay had fired in the kiln of the assassination. It was hard now and set in its shape. The peaceful walks in the gardens of Miedza felt like a dream from another life. The reality was here, in the smell of burning wood and the glint of the sarissas. The empire had been inherited, and with it, a momentum that would drag them all, the king, the philosopher, the soldiers, and the world into the unknown. Alexander turned from the fire, his eyes fixed on the horizon where Persia waited. The lesson was finished. The history was about to begin. The Hellespont is not merely a stretch of water. It is a scar that separates worlds. In the spring of 334 BC, the air above this narrow strait shimmered with a tension that felt almost electrical, a static charge built up over a century of waiting. The Macedonian army, a glittering snake of 40,000 men, stood poised on the European shore, looking across the churning blue to the golden hills of Asia. This was the moment the lessons of the Nymphaeum were put to their ultimate test. Alexander was not just leading an invasion, he was leading an migration of the mind. As the ships pushed off, their oars cutting the water in rhythmic, splashing unisons, it wasn't just sarissas and shields filling the hulls. Tucked among the rations and the armor were scrolls, astrolabes, and the empty wax tablets of scholars waiting to be filled. Aristotle remained behind in Greece, but his spirit was the invisible admiral of this fleet. He had taught Alexander that to conquer a thing, one must first understand it. And so, the army that sailed for Persia was arguably the first in history to include a dedicated scientific corps. Alexander stood at the prow of the lead ship, the wind whipping his hair, his eyes fixed on the distant shore. He was dressed in full armor, a visual echo of the heroes he worshipped. As the hulls scraped against the Asian sand, he did not wait for a gangplank. He leaped. In midair, he hurled his spear. It arced against the blue sky, a streak of iron will, and thudded deep into the soil of the Persian Empire. "Spear won land," he whispered. It was a legal claim, a religious rite, and a declaration of war all in one. But while the soldiers cheered this theatrical display of aggression, a quieter, more methodical invasion was happening just behind him. Disembarking alongside the infantry were men who carried no swords. There were botanists, zoologists, geographers, and historians. Chief among them was Callisthenes, Aristotle's own nephew and former student. He was a stern, serious man, entrusted with the role of official historian. His job was to record the deeds of the king, but also to serve as a conduit of data back to his uncle in Athens. He was the eyes of the academy in the court of the king. Alongside him were the Bematists, the pacers. These were men whose sole job was to walk with a steady, unvarying stride, counting every step the army took to measure distances with uncanny precision. They were the human odometers of the ancient world. Because of them, Aristotle would eventually be able to update the maps of the known world with real data, replacing myths with miles. The army moved first, not to a strategic fortress, but to a graveyard. Alexander led them to the ruins of Troy. This was the pilgrimage of the soul before the labor of the body. He stripped naked, anointed himself with oil, and ran a race around the tomb of Achilles, while his friend Hephaestion did the same around the tomb of Patroclus. It was a performance, yes, but it was also a desperate plea for connection. Alexander was trying to pierce the veil of time, to fuse his living legend with the dead myth. In the Temple of Athena, he exchanged his own armor for a shield said to have survived from the Trojan War. He would carry this ancient ceremonial shield into actual battle, trusting the magic of the past more than the steel of the present. Here lies the fascinating duality that Aristotle had helped create, a mind that could run naked around a tomb in a fit of Homeric ecstasy, and yet, the very next morning, demand detailed reports on the water sources and grain yields of the local villages. The philosopher on the march was a strange hybrid. He was a mystic who demanded empirical evidence. As the army began its push inland, the intellectual machinery sprang into action. When they encountered strange plants, they were not just trampled, they were collected. When they found new animals, they were described. It is said that Alexander tasked fitters to send specimens back to Athens: hides, bones, seeds, even live creatures. Imagine Aristotle, years later in his Lyceum, receiving a crate from the edge of the world, opening it to find the skull of a beast he had only theorized about. The conqueror was feeding the scientist. Scholars still debate the depth of this scientific mission. Was it truly a quest for knowledge, or was it intelligence gathering for logistical dominance? Knowing the flora meant knowing what could be foraged. Knowing the geography meant knowing where to force a battle. Aristotle's teachings on the nature of things had given Alexander a tactical edge. He looked at the landscape and saw a system to be exploited. He understood that an army marches on its stomach, and its stomach depends on the land. But there was a darker side to this intellectual invasion. Alexander brought with him the Aristotelian idea that Greeks were meant to rule barbarians. Aristotle had written that some men were slaves by nature, a chilling concept that gave Alexander a philosophical license to subjugate. As he looked at the Persian peasants, the diverse tapestry of peoples in Asia Minor, did he see fellow humans, or did he see the matter waiting for his form to be impressed upon it? The tragedy of the intellect is that it can rationalize cruelty just as easily as it can engineer peace. The march south was a sensory overload. The crisp air of the Aegean gave way to the dusty heat of the interior. The smell of wild thyme and sage rose from the crushing boots of 40,000 men. They were walking into the unknown, but they were mapping it as they went. Every evening, in the command tent, the day's findings were collated. Callisthenes would write his histories, praising Alexander's genius, perhaps a bit too loudly, trying to frame the chaotic violence of war into a narrative of destiny. The Bematists would tally their steps. The surveyors would draw their lines. Aristotle's influence was present in the discipline of the camp. Alexander insisted on order. He organized games and athletic competitions to keep the men sharp. He hosted symposiums where literature and art were discussed, trying to maintain a tether to Greek culture in the midst of barbarism. He was trying to carry Athens in his rucksack. But the further they marched, the thinner that tether became. The sheer scale of Asia was overwhelming. The rivers were wider, the mountains higher, the sun fiercer. As they approached the Granicus River, where the Persian satraps had gathered their forces to swat this annoying fly, the Department of Knowledge had to step back, and the Department of War took over. But even here, the training held. Alexander scouted the riverbanks with the eye of a predator. He didn't just see rushing water. He saw the angles of attack. He saw the psychological weakness of an enemy who waited passively on the far bank. The night before the first great battle, the camp was quiet. The fires burned low. Alexander slept with his copy of the Iliad, Aristotle's gift, under his head. He was dreaming of glory, but his army was awake, sharpening spears and checking the straps on their sandals. They were about to deliver a lecture in steel to the Persian Empire. The philosophy was on the march, and it was armed. The dialogue was over. The argument of force was about to begin. And back in Athens, Aristotle could only wait, wondering if the boy he taught to dissect the world would remember how to put it back together, or if he would simply cut it to pieces to see how it worked. In the biting winter of 333 BC, the grand expedition came to a halt in the highlands of Phrygia. The city was Gaudium, an ancient capital that sat brooding on the banks of the Sangarius River, its clay walls battered by the icy winds sweeping down from the Anatolian plateau. The army needed rest. The campaigning season was over, and the roads were clogging with mud and snow. But Alexander did not rest. His mind, like a shark, needed forward motion to survive. While his soldiers repaired their sandals and drank warming wine by the hearths of commandeered houses, the king went to the citadel to confront a challenge that was not military, but mythical. He went to see the knot. Inside the temple of Zeus stood an old, weather-beaten ox cart. It was a humble object, the kind a peasant might use to haul grain, yet it was bound to the yoke by a knot of cornel bark so intricate, so gnarled and interwoven, that it looked less like a fastening and more like a fossilized brain. Legend held that it had been tied by King Gordius centuries ago. The prophecy attached to it was simple and intoxicating. Whoever could untie this knot would become the Lord of Asia. For hundreds of years, men had tried. Kings, generals, and wise men had picked at the bark with their fingernails until they bled, searching for an end that did not exist. The knot had become a symbol of the East itself, complex, ancient, and utterly resistant to foreign logic. Alexander approached the cart with his entourage, a crowd of Macedonians and Phrygians pressing in, their breath pluming in the cold air. Among them was Aristander, his favorite seer, and Callisthenes, the historian ready to record a miracle. The silence in the temple must have been heavy, amplifying the sound of Alexander's boots on the stone floor. He circled the cart. He touched the rough, hardened bark. Here was a problem that Aristotle would have loved. It was a puzzle of topology. The philosopher would have urged patience. He would have analyzed the structure, looked for the hidden loop, traced the winding path of the strands to deduce the method of its tying. Reason, Aristotle taught, can unravel any confusion if applied with sufficient discipline. For a while, Alexander tried it the Aristotelian way. He pulled, he twisted. He looked for the ends of the cord, but the maker had cunningly tucked them inside the knot itself. There was no beginning and no end. It was a closed loop of frustration. The minutes stretched on. The crowd shifted uneasily. A king who fails a prophecy is a king who looks foolish. And for Alexander, ridicule was a poison more deadly than hemlock. He could feel the eyes of the locals, perhaps seeing a flicker of doubt. The Lord of Asia was being defeated by a piece of dried tree bark. Then, something snapped. Not the knot, but the patience of the conqueror, the lessons of Mietza, of moderation, of careful analysis, of the golden mean, evaporated in the heat of his ambition. Alexander stepped back. He realized that the rules of the game were rigged against him, so he decided to change the game. He wasn't a philosopher trying to solve a riddle. He was a king trying to claim a title. "What does it matter how it is loosed?" he reportedly muttered. Historians still argue about what happened next. Some ancient sources, like Arian, suggest a more mechanical solution, that Alexander noticed the linchpin holding the yoke to the pole, pulled it out, and simply slid the yoke off, allowing the knot to fall apart. This would have been a triumph of lateral thinking, the cleverness of Odysseus. But the more enduring, and perhaps more revealing version of the story is the violent one. In this version, Alexander drew his sword. The sound of the blade clearing the scabbard rang out in the temple, a sharp, metallic note of finality. With a single, savage stroke, he brought the steel down. The blade sliced through the cornel bark, cleaving the impossible tangle in two. The ends fell away, exposing the core. The shock in the room must have been palpable. He had cheated. He had used brute force to solve an intellectual problem. But as Alexander sheathed his sword, looking at the severed strands, the message was terrifyingly clear. I will not unravel the complexities of Asia. I will cut through them. It was a rejection of the subtle, diplomatic, and patient methods Aristotle had championed. Aristotle believed in understanding the nature of a thing to control it. Alexander had just demonstrated that if you destroy the thing, you control it just as well. That night, a violent thunderstorm raged over Gordium. The sky split with lightning, and the thunder shook the mud brick walls of the city. To the superstitious minds of the time, this was not weather. It was a receipt. Zeus was applauding his son. The gods did not care about the rules of puzzles. They cared about the audacity of will. Alexander took the storm as a divine endorsement of his methods. He had imposed his own reality on the world, and the world had bowed. But for a ghost watching from the future, or a philosopher reading the report in Athens months later, the moment at Gordium was a turning point. It was the moment the philosopher king began to recede, and the god king began to emerge. The sword had solved the problem, yes, but it had also set a precedent. From now on, when faced with resistance, whether from a city, a custom, or a friend, Alexander's instinct would not be to untie, but to cut. The intellectual curiosity that led him to catalogue plants and quote Homer was still there, but it was now subordinate to the sword arm. As the army prepared to march out of Gordium, leaving the severed knot gathering dust in the temple, the mood had shifted. They were no longer just an expeditionary force. They were a force of nature. They had seen their leader rewrite destiny with a swing of his arm. The road to the south was open. The complexity of the Persian Empire waited. The satraps, the vast distances, the millions of subjects with their strange gods and customs. But Alexander was no longer worried about understanding them. He knew now that he didn't need to untie the knot of the East. He just needed to keep his sword sharp. The wind howled through the Phrygian hills, driving the snow before it, as the conqueror turned his back on the puzzle and set his face toward the fire. As the army surged southward from the high plains of Phrygia, leaving the severed knot of Gordium behind, the nature of the expedition began to shift yet again. They were no longer merely soldiers marching to war. They were explorers walking off the edge of the map. This was the era of the traveling scientists. While the infantry sharpened their sarissas and the cavalry groomed their horses, a small, dedicated cadre of men was waging a different kind of campaign, a war against ignorance. They were the intellectual vanguard, the eyes of Aristotle extending thousands of miles beyond the Lyceum, armed not with spears, but with wax tablets, measuring rods, and an insatiable hunger for data. Foremost among them were the Bematists, the royal pacers. Men like Diognetus and Baton held what must have been the most maddeningly disciplined job in history. Their task was to measure the empire, step by single step. Regardless of the terrain, whether wading through the marshy lowlands or scrambling over the jagged shale of the Taurus Mountains, they maintained a rhythmic, unvarying stride, counting every footfall. They were human metronomes. Every evening, by the light of flickering campfires, they would tally the day's march, converting the physical agony of the road into precise distances. These numbers were not just logistical trivia. They were the coordinates of a new world. For the first time, the geography of Asia was being pinned down with mathematical certainty, transforming the vague east of Greek myth into a navigable reality. Alongside the pacers rode the naturalists, men trained to look at the world through the Aristotelian lens of classification. To them, this strange new land was a treasure chest that had been flung open. The deeper they moved into the Levant and toward the great rivers, the more alien the world became. The vegetation shifted from the familiar pines of the Mediterranean to exotic palms and sticky, sweet-smelling shrubs that had no Greek names. One can imagine the excitement of a botanist in Alexander's train stumbling upon a cotton plant, wool growing on trees, as Herodotus had vaguely described it, and realizing with a jolt of empirical delight that the myth was true. They collected seeds, pressed leaves between scrolls, and sketched root systems with the precision of anatomical diagrams. Alexander himself remained deeply invested in this scientific plunder, even as he planned battles that would determine the fate of nations. He found time to act as a field researcher for his old teacher. Histories tell us that he employed fitters and hunters specifically to capture exotic beasts alive. There is a persistent legend that he sent back thousands of specimens to Athens to aid Aristotle's research for his massive biological treatise, The History of Animals. While the scale may be exaggerated by later writers, the core truth remains. The conqueror was feeding the philosopher. Picture the arrival of such a caravan in Athens, crates rattling with the sounds of unknown creatures, jars filled with strange fish preserved in honey, and the hides of panthers stiff with salt. It was a dialogue conducted in biological samples, a way for the student to say, "Look, the world is wider than we thought." But it wasn't just animals and plants. The surveyors were tasked with understanding the very skeleton of the land. They noted the flow of rivers, hypothesizing about their sources. They observed the tides, which in the Mediterranean were negligible, but in the Indian Ocean would later prove terrifyingly vast. Callisthenes, the court historian and philosopher, served as the synthesizer of this flood of information. He was the bridge between the violence of the march and the quiet reflection of the academy. He wrote of the customs of the locals, their religions, and their political structures, attempting to categorize the barbarian world into intelligible Greek forms. Yet, one detects a growing tension in his notes. The sheer diversity of the Persian Empire resisted simple categorization. The deeper they went, the more the Aristotelian categories of Greek and barbarian, master and slave began to blur under the weight of complex functioning realities. The march through the Cilician Gates, a narrow, treacherous pass through the Taurus Mountains, was a geographical climax for the scientific corps. As the army squeezed through the rocky throat of the pass, descending from the cool highlands to the humid, fertile plains of the coast, the atmosphere changed instantly. The air became heavy, thick with the scent of the sea and the heat of the Syrian sun. It felt like stepping into a greenhouse. Here, the reality of the Persian wealth became tangible. The cities were older, richer, and more complex than anything in Macedon. The scientists were no longer just cataloging nature. They were cataloging civilizations that had risen and fallen before the Greeks had even learned to stack stone. There is a quiet, scholarly drama in this relentless accumulation of knowledge. Aristotle had taught that knowledge was the ultimate good, that to know the cause of things was to be divine. But as Alexander's surveyors mapped the vastness of the plains and the height of the mountains, they were inadvertently revealing the insignificance of the conqueror. The world was too big to be fully held by one hand. The map kept expanding. For every valley they charted, 3 more appeared on the horizon. The intellectual conquest could not keep pace with the physical one. In the evenings, Alexander would sometimes summon these scholars to his tent. He would look at the day's sketches, a new type of gazelle, a map of a winding river delta, and his eyes would burn with a dual fire. He saw the beauty of the science, yes, but he also saw the utility. A river mapped was a river that could be crossed. A harvest calculated was a grain supply that could be seized. The traveling university was, in the end, a servant of the war machine. Aristotle's empiricism, designed to find truth, was being used to find leverage. Yet, there were moments of pure wonder that transcended the utility. We can imagine the soldiers, rough men from the Macedonian hills, pausing to stare at a peacock for the first time, its iridescent tail spreading like a fan of jewels. In that moment, the war faded. The fear of death faded. There was only the shock of the new, the sheer, undeniable miracle of a world that was stranger and more beautiful than they had been told. These moments were the unintended gifts of the expedition. They expanded the minds of the conquerors, even as they sought to shrink the world into an empire. As the army camped on the eve of entering Syria, the scrolls of the scientists were already piling up, a heavy library of the road. They were writing the first draft of a new global understanding. But outside the tents, the crickets of the Levant sang a different song, and the wind blew hot from the desert, carrying the dust of ancient empires that had seen conquerors come and go like seasonal rains. Alexander might capture the animals and map the rivers, but the land itself, vast, ancient, and indifferent, was beginning to assert its own silent power. The scientists measured the stage, but they could not control the tragedy that was about to be enacted upon it. The sea had always been Alexander's lifeline, the blue tether connecting him to Greece and the rational world of ships and supply lines. But in early 331 BC, he turned his back on the Mediterranean and walked into the void. The destination was Siwa, an oasis deep in the Libyan desert, home to the oracle of Zeus-Ammon. To the strategic mind, this journey made little sense. It was a dangerous detour, risking the dehydration of his army and the loss of precious time, while the Persian king Darius was gathering a massive host in the east. But Alexander was no longer listening to the strategists, and he was certainly not listening to Aristotle. He was following a voice that whispered only to him, a voice that had been getting louder ever since he cut the knot at Gordium. He needed to know not how to rule, but who he was. The march into the desert was a descent into a world where logic evaporated like water on hot stone. The landscape stripped away the trappings of civilization. There were no cities here, No libraries, no geometry, but the flat, blinding horizon and the burning circle of the sun. The traveling university of scientists found their instruments useless. There was nothing to measure but emptiness. The heat was a physical weight, pressing down on the helmets of the escort, baking the moisture from their bodies. Historians tell us that the expedition nearly ended in disaster. The water ran out. The guides lost their way in the shifting dunes, which erased footprints as soon as they were made. It was here, in the extremity of thirst and fear, that the myth began to take over. Legend says that when the army was on the brink of death, a sudden, miraculous rainstorm swept in, a rare blessing in the deep desert, saving them from dehydration. Then, when the guides were hopelessly confused by the featureless sands, two ravens, or in some accounts, hissing snakes, appeared and flew ahead of the column, guiding them toward the oasis. Callisthenes, the court historian and Aristotle's nephew, recorded these miracles dutifully. But one wonders what he truly thought as he scribbled on his wax tablet, licking his cracked lips. Was this divine intervention? Or was it merely the hallucination of desperate men and the luck of finding a migration path? Aristotle, reading these reports later in the cool shade of the Lyceum, likely rubbed his temples in frustration. Birds do not guide armies. Rain does not fall on command. To the philosopher, this was the beginning of the noble lie, the fabrication of divinity to awe the masses. But to Alexander, riding in the shimmering heat, it was proof. The universe was bending to him. Then the miracle appeared. Siwa. It rose from the scorched earth like a hallucination of green, date palms rustling in the wind, olive trees, and the sound of bubbling springs. It was a paradise island in a sea of fire. In the center stood the temple of the oracle, a place of ancient, heavy stone that smelled of frankincense and secrets. Alexander dismounted, shaking the desert dust from his hair, and walked alone toward the sanctuary. He forbade his companions to follow. This conversation was not for the ears of generals or historians. What happened inside the dark, incense-choked chamber of the oracle remains one of history's great locked doors. We know only the result. The high priest, an elderly figure draped in the robes of a syncretic god who was half Greek Zeus and half Egyptian Ammon, greeted the young conqueror. According to the popular story, one that Aristotle would have dissected with dry linguistic wit, the priest intended to greet Alexander in Greek as "O Paidios," "O my son." But in his heavy Egyptian accent, or perhaps a slip of the tongue, it came out as "O Paidios," "O son of God." Alexander, hearing what he wanted to hear, accepted the mistake as a divine proclamation. Inside the sanctuary, Alexander asked his questions. Did he ask if he would conquer the world? Did he ask if his father's murderers had all been punished? When he emerged into the blinding sunlight, his face was unreadable, but his demeanor had shifted. He told his companions only that he had heard what was to his heart's desire. He did not share the words. He kept them as a nucleus of nuclear heat in his chest. But the change was visible. He no longer walked like the king of Macedon, a first among equals. He walked like a man who carried a secret fire. He began to see himself not as the son of Philip, the one-eyed veteran of earthly wars, but as the son of Ammon, the lord of the thunderbolt. To Aristotle, this was the ultimate betrayal of the polis. A god cannot be a citizen. A god cannot be subject to law. If Alexander was divine, then the golden mean did not apply to him, For gods are by definition creatures of excess. They are vast, terrible, and beyond human morality. The philosopher had spent years trying to ground Alexander in the rational, biological reality of being human. He had taught him that all men bleed, all men die, all men are political animals. Siwa undid it all in an afternoon. The desert had offered Alexander a way out of his mortality, and he had taken it. The return journey was different. The army looked at him with a new kind of awe mixed with a creeping unease. It is one thing to follow a brilliant general. It is another to follow a living deity. The Macedonian veterans, men who had drunk wine and swapped dirty jokes with Philip, found this new pretension ridiculous and dangerous. "We bled with his father," they might have muttered by the campfires, "and his father was a man." But they kept their voices low. The son of Ammon cast a long shadow. As they marched back toward the Nile, leaving the silence of the desert for the noise of the coming war, a fundamental fracture had opened. The intellect of Mirza was still there. Alexander was still a brilliant tactician, a lover of Homer, a patron of the arts. But the emotional core had shifted. He had tasted the opium of divinity. Aristotle's letters, filled with advice on governance and descriptions of magnetic fields, must have seemed increasingly quaint to a man who believed he had just spoken with the creator of the universe. The whispers in the desert had drowned out the lectures of the Lyceum. Alexander had gone into the sand a king. He returned a myth. And myths, as Aristotle knew from his tragedies, rarely have happy endings. They burn too bright, and they consume everything around them, teachers, friends, and empires alike, in the pursuit of their own terrible destiny. The desert dust of Siwa had barely settled in the folds of Alexander's cloak when the reality of the world reasserted itself with terrifying scale. It was October 331 BC. The location was Gaugamela, a vast flat plain in what is now northern Iraq. King Darius III, having learned from his previous defeats, had chosen this ground specifically. He had even leveled the terrain, removing hillocks and scrub brush to create a perfect killing floor for his greatest weapons: the scythed chariots, terrifying machines with razor-sharp blades attached to their wheels, designed to mow down infantry like wheat. Waiting on that plain was an army that beggared belief. Historical estimates vary wildly, with Greek sources claiming 1 million men and modern scholars suggesting perhaps 100,000. But the psychological effect was the same. The Persian host stretched from horizon to horizon, a glittering ocean of humanity, horses, and for the first time, war elephants. Against this Leviathan stood Alexander's 40,000. By all conventional logic, the logic of numbers and mass, the Macedonians were already dead. But Aristotle had taught Alexander that mass is not the same as force. Force is mass multiplied by velocity and directed by intelligence. The Battle of Gaugamela would become the ultimate dissertation on this principle. On the eve of the battle, the atmosphere in the Macedonian camp was heavy with dread. The men could see the thousands of campfires of the Persian army glowing in the distance. A second galaxy come down to earth. Parmenion, the old general who had served Philip, came to Alexander's tent. He proposed a night attack. It was a sensible, pragmatic suggestion. Use the darkness to negate the Persian numbers and sow panic. It was the kind of ruse Odysseus would have loved. Alexander, however, rejected it instantly. "I will not steal my victory," he famously replied. Historians often paint this as chivalry, But through the lens of Aristotle's great-souled man, it was something else. To steal a victory would imply he needed an advantage. Alexander wanted to defeat Darius in the bright light of day on Darius's own chosen ground, to prove that his superiority was absolute, not accidental. It was a gamble of breathtaking arrogance, but it was calculated. He knew that a night attack could dissolve into chaos, and chaos was the one thing he could not control. Alexander slept soundly that night. In fact, he slept so late the next morning that his generals had to wake him. This unnatural calm was the hallmark of his training. While others panicked, he compartmentalized. He treated the coming battle not as a brawl, but as a geometry problem waiting to be solved. When he finally mounted Bucephalus, he did not just ride, he observed. He saw that Darius had overextended his line to outflank the smaller Macedonian force. He saw the chariots waiting to spring. The battle opened with a move that confused everyone. Alexander did not charge the center. He moved to the right. He marched his cavalry diagonally off the prepared ground, pulling the Persian line with him. It was a feint, a provocation. Darius, fearing Alexander would escape the trap he had so carefully smoothed out, sent his cavalry to shadow him, thinning his own center. Then the chariots charged. This was the moment of truth. A scythed chariot is a weapon of terror. It relies on the enemy freezing in fear. But Alexander's men had been drilled in the physics of the encounter. As the chariots thundered in, the Macedonian infantry did not break. They opened. They created lanes, mousetraps, allowing the horses to pass harmlessly through, where they were dispatched by grooms and rearguard troops. The terrifying blades cut only air. It was a triumph of discipline over instinct, a lesson from the biological classifications of Mieza. Understand the behavior of the beast, and you can neutralize it. Then came the moment. As the Persian left wing stretched to follow Alexander's feint, a gap opened in their line, a hinge in the armor of the empire. Alexander, who had been waiting for exactly this structural failure, wheeled his companion cavalry inward. He formed a giant wedge, a triangle of horse and iron, and drove it straight into the crack. It was the golden mean of tactics, the perfect application of force at the precise point of weakness. Alexander led the charge personally, screaming not orders, but a wordless cry of release. He drove straight for Darius. The scene that followed was apocalyptic. The dust was so thick it choked the sun. The sound was a solid wall of screaming men and clashing metal. But in the center of the storm, the two kings locked eyes. Darius, standing in his high chariot, looked down at the golden-haired demon fighting his way through the royal guard. Alexander was no longer the philosopher's student. He was the Iliad come to life. He was pure thumos, spiritedness. Darius, his nerve breaking under the sheer focused violence of the assault, turned his chariot and fled. When the king runs, the army dissolves. The structure of the Persian host collapsed. The victory was total. In a single afternoon, the map of the world was redrawn. The Persian Empire, which had stood for 2 centuries as the superpower of the ancient world, was effectively decapitated. That night, amidst the carnage and the looting of the Persian camp, Alexander sat in the tent of Darius. It was a space of unimaginable luxury, filled with gold vessels, silken tapestries, and the scent of exotic perfumes. Alexander, covered in dust and dried blood, looked around at the opulence. "So this," he reportedly said, with a dark irony, is what it means to be a king. It was a callback to Aristotle's warnings about excess. The wealth was intoxicating, but as he washed the grime from his hands in a golden basin, a subtle shift occurred. He did not reject the luxury. He tried it on. The victory at Gaugamela was the high watermark of his military genius, the perfect synthesis of the rational mind and the warrior spirit. He had dismantled a machine 10 times his size, using the levers of psychology and tactics. But it also marked the end of the Greek war. He was no longer a liberator fighting a defensive war. He was the Lord of Asia. As he looked at the captured seal of Darius, he realized that he didn't want to destroy the Persian system. He wanted to wear it. The Aristotelian governor, the voice of moderation, was drowned out by the roar of an army that now believed its leader could do no wrong. The god had won. The man was beginning to fade, and in the shadows of the victory celebrations, the ghost of the philosopher must have trembled, for he knew that the only thing more dangerous than a man who wants the world is a man who has just been given it. The road to Persepolis was paved with snow and silence. After the thunder of Gaugamela, the march into the Persian heartland felt like a journey into the center of a dream. In January of 330 BC, the army ascended the high plateau of Fars, navigating the bitter winds of the Zagros Mountains to reach the ceremonial capital of the Achaemenid kings. Persepolis was not merely a city. It was a sacred complex, a stone hymn to the glory of Ahura Mazda and the power of the great king. When Alexander rode through the gate of all nations, flanked by colossal Lamassu, mythical winged bulls with human heads, he was entering a space designed to make men feel small. But Alexander no longer felt small. He looked up at the towering columns and the intricate reliefs of subject nations bringing tribute, and he saw not a monument to others, but a house waiting for its new master. The occupation began with a looting so vast it disrupted the economy of the ancient world. The treasury of Persepolis held 120,000 talents of gold and silver, a sum so staggering that it required, according to historians, 3,000 camels and vast trains of mules to transport. This was the hoarded wealth of 2 centuries, the taxes of the known world stacked in bullion. Aristotle had taught Alexander the concept of oikonomia, the management of a household, but there was no philosophy to manage this. This was not economics. It was an avalanche. The sudden influx of wealth changed the army. The hungry wolves of Macedon were now swimming in gold. They replaced their battered iron gear with silver inlaid armor. They drank from jeweled goblets. The discipline of the poverty-stricken phalanx began to dissolve in the wine of the East. It was this wine, dark and unmixed, that set the stage for the most controversial night of Alexander's life. Several months into their stay, with the winter chill still biting outside, Alexander held a symposium in the royal palace. It was meant to be a celebration, but the atmosphere was thick with a dangerous, restless energy. The soldiers were bored, rich, and far from home. The wine flowed freely, loosening tongues and drowning reason. Aristotle had warned his student about the dangers of intoxication, describing it as a temporary madness that allowed the baser instincts to hijack the rational soul. He had preached the golden mean, but in the hall of 100 columns, under the gaze of stone kings, the mean was nowhere to be found. Among the revelers was Thais, an Athenian courtesan and the mistress of Ptolemy. Historical accounts, most notably by Clitarchus, and later Plutarch, place her at the center of the storm. As the revelry reached a fever pitch, Thais stood up. She delivered a speech that was part toast, part incitement. She reminded the drunk Macedonians of the crimes of Xerxes, the Persian king, who, 150 years earlier, had burned Athens to the ground. How fitting it would be, she cried, raising her goblet, if the women of the camp inflicted a greater punishment on the Persians than all the generals of Greece. She proposed they burn the palace. She proposed they finish the war with fire. It was a seductive idea. It appealed to the soldiers' homesickness and their desire for a final symbolic vengeance. The room erupted in cheers. Alexander, his eyes glazed with wine and the adrenaline of the moment, was swept up in the thumos, the collective passion. He did not pause to consult his generals. He did not pause to think of the political consequences of destroying the seat of the government he now claimed to rule. He grabbed a torch. The scene that followed was a grotesque parody of a religious procession. The king, crowned with a garland of flowers, led the way, singing and dancing, torch in hand. Behind him streamed his companions, the women of the camp, and the soldiers, all carrying brands lit from the hearth. They moved like a river of fire through the dark corridors of the palace, surrounded by the silent, majestic art of the empire they had conquered. The music of flutes and pipes mixed with the crackle of flames. Alexander cast the first torch. It struck the cedar paneling of the Xerxes palace. The wood, dried by centuries of dry desert air and seasoned with oil, caught instantly. The fire roared to life, hungry and bright. The others threw their torches, curtains of heavy purple wool, exquisite tapestries, and intricate wooden furniture fed the inferno. The heat grew intense, driving the revelers back into the courtyards. Within hours, the architectural jewel of the ancient world was a blazing pyre, lighting up the night sky for miles around. The roof, supported by those magnificent columns, collapsed in a thunderous crash of stone and sparks. Scholars still debate whether this was truly a drunken mistake or a calculated act of political theater. Was Alexander sending a message to the Persian hardliners that the old order was dead? Or was it, as the story suggests, a moment where the rational soul completely failed? Aristotle would have likely viewed it as a tragedy of character. The man who had been taught to build cities had destroyed one in a fit of pique. The fire at Persepolis was the negation of everything Miesa stood for. It was chaos, triumphing over order. But the most haunting detail comes from the morning after. Tradition says that as the sun rose over the smoking, blackened skeleton of the palace, Alexander stood before the ruin and wept. The wine had worn off. The adrenaline had faded. He looked at the charred remains of art and history, the loss of the royal archives, the destruction of the Zoroastrian holy texts, which some say were written on cowhides in gold ink, and he felt the cold weight of regret. He had destroyed his own property. He had burned the house he intended to live in. It was a moment of profound vulnerability. The god, who could do no wrong, had woken up as a man with a hangover and a pile of ash. The burning of Persepolis marked a turning point in the soul of the expedition. Until then, the violence had been directed at armies. Now, it had turned against civilization itself. The soldiers looked at their king and saw an unpredictability that terrified them. If he could burn a palace on a whim, what else might he burn? The easy camaraderie of the early days was replaced by a wary deference. Aristotle's voice, urging moderation, seemed to belong to a different universe. Here in the soot-stained morning of Fars, the only law was the king's mood. As the army prepared to move on, leaving the blackened columns standing like broken teeth against the sky, Alexander tried to shake off the gloom. He focused on the pursuit of Darius, on the next horizon. But the smell of burning cedar clung to the army's clothes for weeks. It was the scent of a crossed line. The philosopher had taught him that a king is a builder, a guardian of the law. Alexander was realizing that it was much easier and much more thrilling to be a destroyer. The flames of Persepolis had consumed the past, but they also cast a long, flickering shadow over the future. A shadow in which the distinction between a hero and a tyrant was becoming impossible to see. The ashes of Persepolis were still smoldering when the chase began. Alexander was not content to merely sit on the charred throne of the Achaemenids. He needed the man who had sat there before him. The pursuit of Darius III into the chaotic wilds of the Parthian hinterlands was a race against regicide. Alexander wanted the great king alive, not to display him in a cage, but to receive the crown from him, to legitimize the transition of power from one dynasty to the next. But history, as Aristotle often noted, rarely adheres to the neat scripts of our desires. In the summer of 330 BC, near the dusty settlement of Hekatompelos, Alexander found his rival. He was not leading an army, nor sitting in splendor. Darius lay dying in a humble wagon, stabbed by his own treacherous satrap, Bessus, and left to bleed out in the middle of nowhere. The scene is one of the most cinematic moments of antiquity. Alexander, arriving just moments too late, looked down at the corpse of the man he had chased across the world. He did not cheer. He did not gloat. Instead, in a gesture that defied the brutal tribalism of his time, he took off his own royal cloak and covered the body. It was an act of profound respect, but also of profound strategy. By burying Darius with full royal honors in the tombs of Persepolis, Alexander declared himself not the destroyer of the Persian Empire, but its avenger and rightful heir. He was no longer the king of Macedon invading Asia. He was the king of Asia, punishing a usurper. This shift in title required a shift in skin. It was here, in the hazy, heat-struck middle of the empire, that the transformation truly began. Alexander realized that he could not rule millions of Persians as a foreign occupier. He needed to become one of them. And so, the student of Aristotle, who had been taught that Greeks were free men and barbarians were natural slaves, began to dress like the slave. It started subtly. He did not adopt the full billowing trousers and the long-sleeved candies of the Medes, garments the Greeks considered effeminate and ridiculous. Instead, he curated a hybrid wardrobe, a golden mean of fashion. He wore the Macedonian cloak, but paired it with the Persian diadem, the white and purple headband of authority. He adopted the girdle of the Persian kings. He began to wear the purple-edged tunic. To the rough, scar-faced veterans of the Macedonian phalanx, who prided themselves on their rugged simplicity, this was a shock. They looked at their king and saw him disappearing beneath the silks of the enemy. They muttered that he was going native, that he had been seduced by the very luxury he used to mock. But Alexander was playing a deeper game, one that challenged the core of Aristotelian ethics. Aristotle had advised him to rule the Greeks as a leader, and the barbarians as a master, to treat the former as friends and the latter as plants or animals. Alexander looked at the Persian nobility, men who rode beautifully, spoke the truth, and died with honor. And he rejected his teacher's bigotry. He saw merit where Aristotle saw only biology. He began to integrate Persian nobles into his court, giving them commands, accepting their advice. He was attempting the impossible, to fuse two antagonistic cultures into a single universal brotherhood. This was not just a change of clothes, it was a revolution of the state. Alexander ordered that 30,000 Persian boys be selected from the provinces. They were to be taught the Greek language and trained in the Macedonian manner of war. He called them the epigoni, the successors. To the Macedonian veterans, this was not integration, it was replacement. They watched these dark-eyed, eager boys drilling with wooden sarissas, and they felt the cold wind of obsolescence. Was the king building a new army to replace the old, crumbling one? Was he creating a race of Alexander men who owed loyalty only to him, bypassing the tribal bonds of Macedon entirely? The tension in the camp became a tangible thing, a heavy static in the air. The traveling university was now an uncomfortable place. Callisthenes, the historian, found himself in a difficult position. He was a Greek patriot, a relative of Aristotle, and a believer in the superiority of Hellenic culture. Now he had to watch his king bow to Persian customs. He had to record the glory of a monarch who was slowly turning into a sultan. The philosophical debates in the royal tent grew sharp. Alexander defended his choices as pragmatic necessity. How else do you rule a territory that stretches from the Aegean to the Hindu Kush? You cannot garrison every village. You must win the hearts of the elites. But the emotional cost was high. Alexander was becoming a stranger to his own friends. He was isolating himself in a cocoon of ritual. The accessibility of the Macedonian court, where a soldier could slap the king on the back and call him by his first name, was fading. In its place came the silence of the Persian court, where the king was a distant, radiant figure, separated from the common herd by layers of silk and ceremony. Aristotle, hearing of these changes back in Athens, must have felt a deepening chill. His political animal was mutating. The clear lines of the polis were being erased by the blur of empire. Alexander was proving that culture was fluid, that a man could choose his identity. This was a dangerous idea to a philosopher who believed in fixed categories. If a Greek could become a Persian, and a Persian could become a soldier, then what was the value of being Greek? As the army moved east into the rugged terrain of Aria and Rangiana, the Persian transformation created a schizophrenia in the command. On the battlefield, Alexander was still the warrior king, charging at the front, sharing the dust and the danger. But in the tent, he was the great king, demanding a deference that chafed against the Greek spirit. The seams of the coalition were starting to tear. The soldiers followed him because he won, not because they understood him anymore. They were marching behind a man who looked like a kaleidoscope, part hero, part tyrant, part foreign god. The tragedy of the transformation was that it was lonely. Alexander was constructing a throne so high that no one could sit beside him. Hephaestion, loyal as ever, adopted the Persian dress along with him, mirroring his beloved's choices to bridge the gap. But the others, Craterus, Clytus, Parmenion, stayed stubbornly in their Macedonian wool, visual anchors to a world Alexander was leaving behind. The king was walking into a future where he would be the sole citizen of his own private nation, a nation of one. The robes of Darius fit him physically, but they carried the curse of the dynasty, the curse of absolute, isolating power. The golden mean had been replaced by the purple dye of the East, and the dye, once set, could never be washed out. In the sprawling mobile city that was Alexander's camp, there was one tent where the air always felt a little colder, a little sharper than the rest. It was not the tent of a general or a satrap, but the quarters of Callisthenes of Olynthus. He was the official historian of the expedition, the man charged with turning blood into ink and conquest into legend. But he was also something far more dangerous. He was the nephew of Aristotle. In the eyes of the army, he was the philosopher's proxy, a living tether to the intellectual rigors of the Lyceum. He walked through the camp with the stiff-backed dignity of a man who believes that the pen is mightier than the sword, a belief that Alexander was slowly, methodically disproving. Callisthenes was a complex figure. Historians often struggle to pin him down. Was he a martyr for liberty, standing up to a tyrant? Or was he, as some sources suggest, a pompous and rigid intellectual who simply didn't know when to keep his mouth shut? He had been Alexander's fellow student at Mieza, but unlike the king, he had never outgrown the classroom. He remained a devout Hellenist, a believer in the superiority of Greek culture and the sanctity of the old ways. To him, the Persian transformation was not a strategic necessity. It was a moral degradation. He watched Alexander swap his simple chlamys for purple robes with the horror of a teacher watching a star pupil drop out of school to join a circus. His role was officially to glorify the king. He wrote the deeds of Alexander, sending installments back to Greece that painted the invasion as a heroic revenge for the Persian wars. He described the waves parting for Alexander at Pamphylia. He legitimized the oracle at Siwa. In the beginning, he was the architect of the myth. But as the miles accumulated and the king's ego expanded, Callisthenes found his stylus becoming heavier. He was a man of facts, trained by the greatest empiricist who ever lived. He could spin a narrative, yes, but he could not swallow a lie that violated the fundamental laws of nature. When Alexander began to demand not just respect, but something approaching religious reverence, Callisthenes hit a wall. The relationship between the king and the historian became a microcosm of the war between power and wisdom. They would often clash at the evening symposiums. These were no longer the rowdy, egalitarian drinking bouts of Macedon. They had become tense, performative affairs where a wrong word could end a career or a life. Alexander, flushed with wine and the adulation of his Persian subjects, would fish for compliments. He wanted to be told he was better than Hercules, better than the Dioscuri. Most of the court, sensing the danger, would pile on the praise, competing to see who could flatter the most shamelessly. Callisthenes refused to play the game. When the cup passed to him, he would speak of the limits of mortality. He would praise Alexander's deeds, certainly, but he would frame them as the deeds of a man, not a god. Divinity, he might argue, his voice cutting through the smoky room like a cold draught, is not something a man can claim for himself. It is a gift given by others, usually after death. It was a devastatingly Aristotelian point. Definitions matter. A man is a man, a god is a god. To blur the line is to destroy the meaning of both. One famous anecdote illustrates the deepening frost between them. At a banquet, Alexander commanded Callisthenes to deliver an extemporaneous speech praising the Macedonians. Callisthenes stood up and delivered a soaring eulogy to their courage, their discipline, and their spirit. The room cheered. Alexander, perhaps feeling a bit jealous of the applause, or perhaps wanting to test the historian's honesty, then commanded him to deliver a speech criticizing the Macedonians to show the power of rhetoric. Callisthenes didn't hesitate. He launched into a blistering critique of their factionalism, their arrogance, and their brutality, quoting Euripides. But in a time of sedition, the base man stands in honor. The silence that followed must have been terrifying. The Macedonians, who had just been cheering him, now stared with hatred. Alexander, his face darkening, remarked that Callisthenes had not shown his skill, but his ill will. The trap had snapped shut. By speaking the truth, or at least the critical side of the coin, Callisthenes had isolated himself. He had proven that he was an observer, not a participant. He was judging them. Aristotle, back in Athens, seems to have sensed the danger his nephew was in. There is a tradition that he warned Callisthenes before he left. Speak seldom to the king, or speak so as to please him. It was practical advice from a man who knew that philosophy survives only if the philosopher survives. But Callisthenes had inherited his uncle's stubbornness, without his uncle's political survival instinct. He believed that his connection to Aristotle gave him immunity. He thought the king needed the philosopher. He failed to see that the king had outgrown the need for any validation other than his own will. As the army moved deeper into Central Asia, into the harsh winters of Bactria and Sogdiana, Callisthenes became the focal point for the old guard. The traditional Macedonians who hated the Persian customs but lacked the words to articulate why. The historian became their voice. He was the one who could use logic to dismantle the new protocols. The young royal pages, the sons of the nobility who served the king, looked up to him. He was their tutor in the camp, teaching them philosophy and rhetoric, just as Aristotle had taught Alexander. This influence over the next generation was perhaps his most dangerous attribute. Alexander could tolerate a critic. He could not tolerate a rival teacher. The tragedy of Callisthenes is the tragedy of the intellectual in a totalitarian space. He believed that reason was a shield. He believed that because he was right, he was safe. He sat in his tent, surrounded by scrolls, cataloging the plants and the stars, writing his history, believing that the truth would protect him. But outside the tent, the wind was howling and the wolves were gathering. Alexander was no longer looking for a historian to record his deeds. He was looking for a choir to sing his praises. And Callisthenes was singing the wrong tune. The distance between the two former students of Mietza had become an abyss. Alexander was soaring toward the sun, fueled by the belief in his own limitlessness. Callisthenes was anchored to the earth, holding the line for the golden mean, for the distinction between mortal and divine, for the reality of the polis. He didn't realize that the rope connecting them had already frayed to the breaking point. The intellectual conscience of the expedition was about to collide with the unstoppable force of the king's ego. And in such collisions, as history shows with depressing regularity, it is rarely the ego that breaks. The shadow of the executioner was already falling over the historian's desk. though he was too busy correcting the grammar of the king's legend to notice it. The winter of 327 BC in Bactria was a season of ice and iron, but the coldest chill was found inside the royal tent. Here, amidst the rugged mountains of what is now Afghanistan, Alexander decided to cross the final frontier between king and deity. The issue was proskynesis, the act of prostration. In the Persian court, bowing before the great king, sometimes to the point of touching the forehead to the ground, was a standard social ritual. It was a gesture of respect, recognizing the king's divinely appointed status as the guardian of order. It signaled hierarchy, not worship. But to a Greek, and especially to a Macedonian, prostration was an abomination. Greeks stood tall. They looked their leaders in the eye. To bow down to a living man was to treat him like a god, or worse, to treat oneself like a slave. Aristotle had been crystal clear on this. The defining characteristic of a citizen is that he does not grovel. Alexander, trapped between his two constituencies, sought a solution. He couldn't have his Persian subjects bowing while his Macedonians slapped him on the back. It made him look weak in the eyes of the former and arrogant in the eyes of the latter. So, he decided to level the playing field. Everyone would bow. It was an attempt at bureaucratic uniformity, but it sparked a theological crisis. The attempt was staged with the care of a theatrical premiere. It was a private symposium, a small gathering of the inner circle. The plan was simple. A golden cup of wine would be passed around. Each man would drink, perform the proskynesis to Alexander, receive a kiss from the king, a sign of favor, and return to his seat. It was meant to be seamless, a peer pressure trap where refusal would look like a personal insult to the host. The Persians went first. They performed the ritual with practiced grace, fluidly bowing and rising. Then, the cup passed to the Greeks. The air in the tent must have been thick enough to choke on. The candles flickered, casting long shadows against the canvas walls. The first few Macedonians, perhaps the sycophants or those too drunk to care, muddled through it. But then the cup came to Callisthenes. The philosopher's nephew held the cup. He was the man who had written the king's legends, but he was also the man who kept Aristotle's letters in his chest. He drank the wine. Then he stood still. He walked toward Alexander, expecting the kiss, but offering no bow. He did not bend his knee. He did not lower his head. He stood as a pillar of the Lyceum in the heart of Asia. Alexander, who was talking to Hephaestion and pretending not to notice, ignored him. The king refused to offer the kiss to a man who would not pay the price. Callisthenes turned to leave, his voice ringing out in the silent tent with a line that has echoed through history. I go away then, poorer by a kiss. It was a moment of devastating defiance. With one sentence, Callisthenes stripped the moment of its solemnity and revealed it for what it was, a transaction. He had refused to buy the king's favor with his own dignity. The spell was broken. The murmurs began. Other Macedonians, emboldened by the historian, began to grumble or make light of the ritual. The tension snapped when a Persian noble performed the bow with perhaps a bit too much zeal, chin touching the floor. Leonatus, one of Alexander's bodyguards and a childhood friend from the Mysa days, couldn't help himself. He laughed. He mocked the Persian's posture, calling it ridiculous. To Alexander, this was not just a breach of etiquette. It was a rejection of his entire vision of a unified empire. He turned on Leonidas in a fury, dragging him from the couch. The golden mean of the party had dissolved into violence. Historians still argue about Alexander's true intent here. Was he genuinely trying to become a god-king? Or was he simply a pragmatist trying to find a protocol that worked for a multi-ethnic court? Aristotle would have likely argued that the intent didn't matter. The act itself was corrupting. By demanding the behavior of slaves from free men, Alexander was destroying the very spirit that had made his conquests possible. He was trying to command respect rather than earn it. The experiment of proskynesis was ultimately a failure. Facing the sullen resistance of his veterans, Alexander dropped the requirement for the Macedonians. They could remain standing, but the damage was done. The kiss that Callisthenes missed became a symbol of the widening gap between the king and his companions. Alexander had blinked, and he did not like blinking. He looked at Callisthenes not as a stubborn intellectual, but as the ringleader of a mutiny of the mind. The atmosphere in the camp following the prostration crisis was poisonous. Trust had evaporated. Every glance was analyzed. Every whisper was suspected of treason. The open, boisterous court of Philip was dead, replaced by a place of shadows and silence. Alexander began to rely more and more on his Persian courtiers, who gave him the deference he craved, further alienating the old guard. As the winter snows deepened around the tents, sealing the army in, Callisthenes must have known his time was running out. He had publicly embarrassed the most powerful man in the world. He had chosen philosophy over survival. In the tragic calculus of the empire, there was no room for a man who stood tall when the king wanted him to bend. The refusal to bow was the historian's final greatest entry in the record, a physical edit to the king's script that said, "Here is a line you cannot cross." But Alexander was already reaching for the eraser. The inevitable collision between the unyielding philosopher and the unstoppable king finally arrived, not on a battlefield, but in the muddy aftermath of a hunting trip. The catalyst was absurdly trivial, a reminder of how the fate of empires often pivots on the smallest hinges. It began with a boar hunt in the spring of 327 BC. The royal pages, the sons of the Macedonian nobility who served the king, were out with Alexander. These boys were in a difficult position. They were servants, yet they were aristocrats. They were students of philosophy, yet they were apprentices in slaughter. Among them was Hermolos, a young man who had listened raptly to Callisthenes' lectures on tyranny and liberty. During the hunt, a wild boar charged. Hermolos, acting on instinct and perhaps a desire to impress, threw his spear. He struck true. The beast fell dead. In any other context, this would be a moment of praise. But Hermolos had committed the cardinal sin of the courtier. He had stolen the king's kill. He had struck before Alexander could throw. To a man whose entire identity was built on being the best, the fastest, the strongest, the first, this was an intolerable slight. Alexander, in a flash of that terrifying temper, which was becoming his trademark, ordered the boy to be whipped in front of his peers and deprived of his horse. It was a punishment for a child, inflicted on a young man of honor. Hermolos did not take the humiliation with the golden mean of acceptance. He simmered. The shame curdled into hatred. That night, he gathered a small circle of other pages, boys who had seen their fathers sidelined for Persians, boys who had watched the prostration crisis with disgust. They whispered in the dark corners of the tent, and the conversation turned from grievances to regicide. They decided to kill the king while he slept. It was the Ides of March moments before its time, a plot born of teenage angst and genuine political disillusionment. The conspiracy failed, as these things often do, due to chance. On the night the deed was to be done, Alexander stayed out drinking until dawn, claiming a Syrian soothsayer had warned him to avoid his bed. The boys waited, hands sweating on their daggers, until the sun rose and the opportunity vanished. The next day, the secret leaked, betrayed by a lover or a guilty conscience, and the machinery of the state clamped down. The pages were arrested. Under the brutal persuasion of the rack and the whip, they confessed. But Alexander was not interested in just the boys. He wanted the root. He wanted the voice that had filled their heads with dangerous ideas about free men and tyrants. He wanted Callisthenes. Scholars still debate the evidence. Did Callisthenes actually incite the boys? The pages, even under torture, reportedly never named him as a co-conspirator. They admitted only that he was their teacher, that he had told them that the man who kills a tyrant is the most famous of men. In the eyes of Alexander, this was enough. It was a spiritual complicity. The philosopher had loaded the gun, even if he hadn't pulled the trigger. Alexander saw the conspiracy as the direct result of the intellectual resistance Callisthenes had been leading. The refusal to bow had metastasized into an attempt to kill. The arrest of Callisthenes was the death knell of the Misa experiment. The man who had been Alexander's classmate, his historian, and his link to Aristotle was dragged in chains from the royal tent. He was not given a trial in the Macedonian fashion, where he could speak to the assembly. He was simply disappeared into the darkness of the king's custody. The manner of his death remains a grim subject of historical contention, a Rorschach test for the brutality of the era. Some sources, like Ptolemy, say he was tortured and then hanged. Others say he was thrown into a cage with a hunting dog or a lion, dragged behind the army like a circus freak until he died of disease and exposure. The image of the philosopher in the cage, the man of reason reduced to a beast's existence, is the most haunting. It symbolizes the complete inversion of Aristotle's teachings. The man who taught that reason elevates us above the animals was treated like one by the student he had tried to elevate. Alexander's reaction to the event was cold and terrifyingly articulate. He wrote a letter home to Antipater, his regent in Greece. In it, he promised to punish the pages, which he did. They were stoned to death by the army. But then he added a line that must have chilled the blood of everyone in the Lyceum. As for the sophist, he wrote, referring to Callisthenes, I will punish him, and those who sent him, and those who harbor the enemies of me, those who sent him. The threat was unambiguous. He was talking about Aristotle. Back in Athens, the news of his nephew's death must have struck Aristotle with the force of a physical blow. It was not just the loss of a family member. It was the collapse of his life's political project. He had sent Callisthenes to guide the king, to keep him Greek, to keep him rational. Instead, the king had consumed him. The philosopher king was dead. The tyrant had risen. Aristotle, who had spent so much time categorizing the constitutions of states, now saw that the constitution of Alexander's soul had shifted into a form he recognized all too well from his study of despots. The relationship was severed. There were no more letters about botany, no more specimens sent from the banks of the Oxus. The silence that fell between the conqueror in Asia and the thinker in Athens was absolute. Aristotle is said to have remarked, with a heavy heart, that Alexander was like a lion. He was fine when he was young, but now he has tasted blood. The execution of Callisthenes had a chilling effect on the army. The intellectual class, the surveyors, the poets, the scientists, fell silent. They continued their work, but the spirit of inquiry was replaced by the spirit of survival. No one corrected the king anymore. No one debated the nature of virtue at the dinner table. The court became an echo chamber of praise. Alexander had won the argument, but he had lost the truth. He had surrounded himself with mirrors that only reflected what he wanted to see. This moment marks the true psychological break in the expedition. Before this, there was always a tether, however thin, to the values of Greece. Now, Alexander was untethered. He was drifting into the vast, disorienting space of his own divinity. He had killed the voice of his conscience. As the army prepared to leave Bactria and push toward India, the edge of the world, they were led by a man who answered to no one, not even the memory of his teacher. The death of the historian was, in a very real sense, the death of history's ability to restrain power. From now on, Alexander would not just make history, he would force it to bow, just as he had tried to force Callisthenes. The camp moved on, leaving the unmarked grave of the philosopher behind in the dust of Afghanistan. The wind blew over it, erasing the spot just as the king tried to erase the criticism. But ideas are harder to kill than men. The martyrdom of Callisthenes would stain Alexander's reputation forever. A permanent black mark in the ledger of glory that no amount of gold or conquest could ever quite scrub away. The ghost of the teacher's nephew would follow the army south, a silent witness to the madness that was about to unfold in the jungles of India. In the spring of 326 BC, the army of Macedon stood at the roof of the world. They had crossed the Hindu Kush mountains, a feat of logistics that rivals the crossing of the Alps by Hannibal, but on a scale that dwarfs it. As they descended from the biting cold of the peaks into the humid, verdant valleys of the Punjab, they were not just entering a new country, they were stepping into a myth. To the Greeks, India was not a place on a map. It was the edge of reality. It was the land where Dionysus, the god of wine and madness, had supposedly roamed in his chariot drawn by panthers. It was a place of monsters, of gold-digging ants, a misunderstanding of marmots, and of men who lived for centuries. But for Alexander, India represented something far more specific: the finish line. This is where the ghost of Aristotle played its final tragic trick on the king. The geography taught at Mieza was based on a fundamental error. Aristotle, like many Greek thinkers of his time, believed that the earth was much smaller than it actually is. He taught that India was the easternmost promontory of the habitable world, and that just beyond it lay the great outer sea, the ocean river that encircled the globe. Alexander believed that if he could just conquer this one last province, he would stand on the beach of the world, looking out over the infinite water, his work complete. He would have solved the puzzle of the earth. He was chasing a coastline that did not exist. As the army moved into the Indus Valley, the sensory shift was overwhelming. The crisp, dry air of Afghanistan was replaced by a heavy, wet heat that clung to the skin like a second tunic. The light was different here, hazy, diffused by humidity and the smoke of burning cow dung. The flora was alien. Banyan trees with roots dropping from the sky like hair, vast thickets of bamboo, and mango groves that dripped with sweet, sticky juice. The Department of Science was back in business, but they were overwhelmed. How do you catalogue a world where everything is hyperbolic? The snakes were larger, the rains were harder, and the rivers were practically inland seas. It was here, near the city of Taxila, that Alexander encountered a group of men who would challenge his worldview even more than the Persian prostration had. They were the gymnosophists, the naked philosophers. These were likely Jain or Hindu ascetics, men who had renounced all worldly possessions, including clothes, to live in contemplation of the eternal. To a Macedonian soldier whose life was defined by the accumulation of loot and honor, these men were baffling. To Alexander, they were magnetic. He saw in them a reflection of Diogenes the cynic, the philosopher he had met in Corinth years ago, the man who lived in a tub and told the king to stand out of his sun. Alexander stopped his army to converse with them. He sent Onesicritus, a student of Diogenes who was traveling with the court, to interview their leader, a man the Greeks called Dundamis. The dialogue that followed is a fascinating collision of East and West, of the conqueror and the renouncer. Alexander sent a message offering them gold and power if they would join him, and threatening death if they refused. Dundamis reportedly laughed. He lay naked on a bed of leaves, eating fruit, and sent back a reply that must have stunned the Lord of Asia. He said, "King Alexander, every man possesses as much of the earth as he stands on. You are roaming over the world, troubling yourself and others, and when you die, you will possess only enough earth to bury you." It was a direct rebuke of the entire Aristotelian project of greatness. Aristotle had taught that happiness came from activity, from the exercise of virtue in a political context. These men taught that happiness came from nothingness, from the cessation of desire. Alexander, who desired everything, was shaken. He reportedly told his officers, "If I were not Alexander, I would want to be Dundamis." It was a moment of profound existential doubt. He was the most powerful man in the world, yet he felt a strange envy for men who owned nothing but their own breath. But the machine of conquest could not stop for philosophy. The army pressed on. They crossed the Indus River on a bridge of boats, a marvel of engineering constructed by Hephaestion, and marched into the territory of King Porus. Porus was a giant of a man, said to be over 7 feet tall, ruling a kingdom that refused to bow. He did not send gifts, he sent a challenge. He waited on the banks of the Hydaspes River, and he did not wait alone. He had elephants. The Macedonians had seen elephants before at Gaugamela, but only a few, and they had been largely ineffective. Here at the Battle of the Hydaspes, they faced a wall of them. 200 war elephants, decked in armor and bright silks, trumpeted in the monsoon rain. To the horses of the Macedonian cavalry, the smell of these beasts was terrifying. To the infantry, looking up at the tusks tipped with iron spikes, it must have felt like fighting living siege towers. Aristotle had written about elephants, describing them as intelligent and long-lived, but he had never described how to kill a battalion of them in a thunderstorm. Alexander had to improvise. The battle that ensued was the bloodiest of his career. It was a chaotic, muddy slaughter in the rain. The Macedonians had to hack at the trunks of the beasts with axes. Men were trampled into paste. The rational phalanx dissolved into a primal brawl of man against monster. Alexander won, of course. He always won. He used his cavalry to confuse the elephants, driving them back into their own lines until the beasts panicked and trampled their own masters. But the victory felt different this time. It wasn't the clean, tactical masterpiece of Gaugamela. It was a grinder. Alexander's beloved horse, Bucephalus, the companion who had carried him since he was a boy in Pella, died shortly after the battle, worn out by age and wounds. Alexander wept openly. He founded a city on the spot and named it Bucephala in his honor. It was a poignant gesture. The king was filling the map, not just with his own name, but with his grief. The death of the horse was a symbol. The links to his youth were snapping one by one. His father was dead. His teacher was estranged. His historian was executed. And now his horse was gone. He was standing in the mud of the Punjab, victorious but exhausted, looking east. The men were battered. Their armor was rusting in the humidity. Their boots were rotting. They looked at the horizon and saw only more jungle, more rain, and more elephants. But Alexander looked at the map in his head, the map Aristotle had drawn, and saw the ocean. Just a little further, he told them, just over the next hill. He believed he was on the threshold of the end. He didn't know that ahead of him lay not the ocean, but the vast, endless plains of the Ganges, filled with empires he hadn't even heard of. The footsteps into India were leading him off the edge of the known world, not into the clarity of the sea, but into a dense, green labyrinth from which the logic of Greece offered no escape. The great idea was about to run into the great wall of reality. The enemy that finally defeated Alexander the Great was not a king, nor a general, nor a wall of elephants. It was water. As the summer of 326 BC wore on, the skies over the Punjab opened up, and the monsoon descended like a heavy grey curtain that refused to lift. For 70 days, it rained. This was not the gentle, rhythmic shower of the Greek spring. It was a deluge, a relentless, hammering torrent that turned the earth into a soup of mud and despair. The psychological toll of this weather on men from the dry, sun-baked hills of the Mediterranean cannot be overstated. Their world had dissolved. Their leather boots rotted on their feet. Their iron swords rusted in their scabbards. Their clothes grew mold while they were wearing them. The discipline of the phalanx, which relied on precise footing and rigid formation, was washed away by the slime of the Hyphasis River. The army camped on the banks of this swollen river, looking east into the mist. They were at the limit of their endurance, but Alexander was not. He was vibrating with a frantic energy, his eyes fixed on what lay beyond the veil of rain. He called his officers together and unveiled his plan. They would cross the Hyphasis. They would march for the Ganges, the great river of the East. And there, finally, they would reach the ocean. He spoke of the wealth of the East, of the glory that would make them immortal. He tried to summon the old magic, the charisma that had led them across the Hellespont. But this time, the magic failed. The rumors had already spread through the camp, rumors that were likely more terrifying than the truth. The locals spoke of the lands beyond the Hyphasis, of the great empire of the Nanda, the Gangaridi, and Prashi. They whispered of a king who commanded 200,000 infantry, 80,000 cavalry, 8,000 chariots, and most terrifying of all, 6,000 war elephants. To the Macedonians, who had barely survived the 200 elephants of Porus, the idea of facing 6,000 was not a challenge. It was a suicide pact. Aristotle had taught that courage is the mean between cowardice and rashness. To march into the mouths of 6,000 beasts was not courage. It was madness. The scene at the Hyphasis was the first true democratic moment of the expedition, a reassertion of the Macedonian assembly against the Persian autocrat. Alexander stood on a dais, the rain lightly plastering his hair to his skull, waiting for the cheers that always followed his speeches. Instead, he got silence, a heavy, sullen silence that hung over the thousands of assembled men. They looked at their boots. They looked at the ground. They did not look at him. They were voting with their stillness. Finally, Conus, a grizzled general who had led the critical charge against Porus, stepped forward. He removed his helmet, his face lined with the exhaustion of 8 years of war. He spoke not with anger, but with a crushing, fatherly sadness. "O king," he began, his voice cutting through the sound of the rain, "I do not speak for myself, but for these men. Look at their bodies. Look at their wounds. They are tired. They want to see their parents before they die. They want to show their scars to their wives." It was a speech of profound humanity. He was telling the god that his instruments were merely men, and men break. "Sir," he concluded, "moderation in the midst of success is the noblest of virtues." It was a direct quote from the Aristotelian playbook, thrown right back in Alexander's face. Moderation, the golden mean. You have gone too far. You have taken too much. Alexander was furious. He was not used to being told no. He dissolved the assembly in a rage and retreated to his tent. For 3 days, he refused to see anyone. He lay on his cot, sulking like Achilles in the Iliad, waiting for the army to panic, to realize they couldn't live without him, to come begging for forgiveness. He was playing a game of emotional chicken. But the army did not blink. They sat in the mud, miserable but resolute. They loved him, but they loved their lives more. They realized, perhaps for the first time, that the power of the king ultimately rested on the consent of the spear carriers. On the 3rd day, Alexander emerged. He looked at the silent camp and realized he had lost. The map in his head, the small, finite world of Aristotle, had been defeated by the vast, messy reality of the soldier's fatigue. But Alexander was a master of spin. He could not admit defeat to men. He could only admit defeat to gods. He ordered a sacrifice to be performed to see if the omens were favorable for crossing the river. Unsurprisingly, the omens were bad. The gods, he announced, had decided they should turn back. An immense wave of relief swept through the camp. Grown men wept. They crowded around the royal tent, cheering, blessing him as the invincible king, because he had allowed himself to be conquered by them. It was a face-saving lie that everyone was happy to believe. But before they turned their backs on the east, Alexander demanded one final act of monumental ego. He ordered the construction of 12 towering altars on the banks of the Hyphasis, dedicated to the Olympian gods. He ordered them to be built higher than ordinary towers, to leave a mark that would last forever. And then, in a pettier gesture, he ordered the armorers to forge oversized armor and mangers for horses that were twice the normal size, and to leave them scattered around the camp. It was a psychological trap for future generations. He wanted the locals to find these artifacts, and believed that the men who had come here were giants. He was trying to hack history, to leave a myth where the reality had failed. Aristotle, had he known of this, might have shaken his head at the childishness of it. It was a deception, a falsification of the record, but it also revealed the deep insecurity at the heart of the conqueror. He couldn't bear the thought of being small. If he couldn't conquer the world, he would trick the future into thinking he was bigger than he was. The order to turn back was given. The ships turned downstream. The horses were reined around to the west. As the army began the long, slow trudge back toward Babylon, the mood was a strange mix of joy and melancholy. They were going home, yes, but they were also leaving something behind, the dream of the ocean, the dream of the end. Alexander stood at the stern of his ship, looking back at the 12 altars shrinking in the mist. He had reached the limit of his power. He had pushed the world as far as it would go, and it had pushed back. The rain continued to fall, washing the mud from the unfinished monuments, as the god sailed away, defeated by the simple, stubborn humanity of his own friends. The expansion was over. The contraction and the chaos that comes with it was about to begin. The retreat from India was not a parade. It was a punishment. Having been denied his ocean at the Hyphasis, Alexander decided to find another one. He turned south, conquering his way down the Indus to the sea, a campaign marked by a terrifying increase in brutality, including a near-fatal arrow wound to his own lung that left him gasping and weakened. But the true test of his hubris awaited him on the coast. He conceived a plan that defied all logistical sanity. The fleet, under Nearchus, would sail along the unknown coast of the Persian Gulf, while he, Alexander, would march the army through the Gadrosian Desert, modern-day Makran in Pakistan, to dig wells and support the ships. Historians have argued for centuries about his true motive. Was it military necessity to support the fleet? Was it an attempt to outdo the legendary Queen Semiramis and Cyrus the Great, both of whom had supposedly lost armies in that void? Or was it, as some darker theories suggest, a deliberate act of vengeance against the men who had mutinied at the Hyphasis? "You want to go home?" the roots seemed to say. "Then we will walk through hell to get there." The Gadrosian Desert is a place where the earth seems to have died. It is a landscape of shifting dunes, salt flats, and baking rock, where the temperature can soar to levels that boil the mind. The army that entered it was a bloated, moving city of 120,000 people, soldiers, wives, children, merchants, and a vast train of baggage carrying the spoils of India. The army that exited 60 days later was a skeleton. The march began in the late summer of 325 BC. At first, the heat was manageable. But as they pushed deeper into the interior, away from the coast to avoid the impassable cliffs, the water vanished. The wells were dry or briny. The Department of Science, the pacers and surveyors, found their skills useless against a landscape that changed shape with every windstorm. The discipline of the phalanx, which had held firm against elephants, dissolved into a feral struggle for survival. The suffering was biblical. Men began to drop from heat stroke, their bodies left unburied in the sand, because no one had the strength to dig. The pack animals died first, then the baggage wagons were abandoned. The priceless treasures of India, the ivory, the gems, the silks, were cast aside into the dust. Gold became worthless. A cup of muddy water was the only currency that mattered. As the hunger set in, the civilized Greeks crossed a line that Aristotle had marked as the boundary of humanity. They began to eat the transport animals. Then they began to eat the horses. Soldiers would claim a mule had died of thirst, butcher it, and eat the flesh raw because there was no wood for fires. Alexander, knowing the truth but powerless to stop it, looked the other way. The political animal was devolving. The structure of the army, the taxis, the locos, broke down into small, desperate gangs of men fighting for shade. It was in this crucible of misery that Alexander performed one of his most famous and paradoxical acts of leadership. It is a story that has been told and retold, a piece of moral theater that saved the soul of the army even as its body was dying. A group of soldiers scouting for water found a tiny trickle in a dry wadi. They collected it, barely a helmet full, and brought it to the king. Alexander was parched. His lips were cracked, his throat swollen. He held the helmet. Every eye in the vicinity was fixed on that water. It was life. Aristotle would have analyzed this moment through the lens of ethics. Does the king drink to preserve the head of the state, or does he abstain? Alexander did neither. He poured the water into the sand. So long as you are thirsty, he told them, I will not drink. The effect was electric. It was a gesture of supreme solidarity. It told the men that he was not a god floating above their suffering, but a man sharing it. It was the golden mean of leadership, neither hoarding the resource nor distributing it uselessly. A few drops would save no one. By wasting the water, he turned it into a symbol. It gave the man the strength to march for days. It was the great-souled man in action, proving that spirit could conquer biology. But symbols cannot hydrate the body. The death toll was catastrophic. When the flash floods came, rare, violent torrents, typical of the region, they did not bring salvation. They brought destruction. One night, a wall of water swept through the camp, drowning the women and children who were sleeping in the wadi bed. The loss of the non-combatants, the families of the soldiers, was a blow from which many of the veterans never recovered. They had marched across the world to make their families rich, only to watch them drown in the desert. By the time the remnants of the army stumbled into Pura, the capital of Carmania, they were unrecognizable. They were gaunt, sun-blackened, dressed in rags. They had burned the magnificent Indian uniforms. They had eaten the oxen. They had lost the spoils. Of the 120,000 who entered, perhaps only a quarter survived. It was the greatest defeat of Alexander's life, and he had inflicted it upon himself. Aristotle's letters, had they reached him then, might have spoken of the indifference of nature. The natural world is not a backdrop for human glory. It is a system with its own brutal laws. Alexander had tried to treat the desert like a rival king, thinking he could intimidate it with his will. But the desert did not care about his lineage or his victories. It simply took the water and waited. The reunion with Nearchus and the fleet in Carmania was a moment of hysteria. Alexander, seeing his admiral alive, wept. He had assumed the fleet was lost. To celebrate their survival, and perhaps to blot out the memory of the horrors they had just endured, Alexander ordered a 7-day festival of Dionysus. It was a rolling bacchanal. The army marched through the province, not in formation, but on a fleet of wagons lashed together, drinking wine from dawn until dusk. Alexander sat on a dais, drinking, while pipes and flutes played. To a casual observer, it looked like a triumph. But to those who looked closer, it was a danse macabre. They were drinking to forget the screams of the dying in the dunes. They were celebrating survival. not victory. The discipline that Philip had drilled into them, the moderation that Aristotle had preached, was gone. In its place was a desperate hedonism, a need to consume life before it was snatched away again. The army that emerged from the desert was harder, crueler, and more broken than the one that had entered. The desert crucible had burned away the last of their innocence. Alexander was alive, but the philosophical experiment was dead. He was now ruling over ghosts. The return to the center of the world was not a homecoming. It was an inspection of a house that had started to rot. In 324 BC, Alexander emerged from the wasteland and marched into Susa, and later Babylon, the great heartbeat of his empire. He found that, in his long absence, years spent chasing the horizon in India and struggling through the Gedrosian sands, his subjects had assumed he was dead. And in the vacuum of power, the old habits of corruption had bloomed like mold in the dark. Satraps he had trusted had hired their own private armies. Treasurers had dipped their hands deep into the gold of Persepolis. Temples had been looted. The empire was unraveling into a patchwork of petty fiefdoms. Alexander's response was swift and terrifying. He did not convene a council or ask for explanations. He acted with the cold efficiency of a surgeon cutting out gangrene. A wave of executions swept through the administration. Governors were summoned to the palace and never seen again. Generals who had abused the locals were publicly punished. It was a reign of terror. But to Alexander, it was the restoration of dharma, or justice. He was proving that the king's eye was all-seeing, even from the ends of the earth. Aristotle had taught him that a ruler must be the guardian of the laws. Alexander was showing that he was the law itself, and his wrath was the only statute that mattered. But punishment was only the first step. Alexander wanted to ensure that this fragmentation never happened again. He realized that as long as Macedonian and Persian were separate categories, there would be conflict. He needed to erase the hyphen. He needed to fuse the two peoples into a single race of conquerors. And so, in the spring at Susa, he orchestrated one of the most bizarre and spectacular events in human history, the Susa weddings. Imagine a tent of canvas and gold so vast it could hold 9,000 guests. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of frankincense and expensive perfumes. On a raised dais sat 80 separate couches, each draped in purple and silver. At the center sat Alexander. Next to him were his closest friends, Hephaestion, Craterus, Perdiccas, Ptolemy, the boys from Myeza, now the masters of the world. But they were not sitting with Macedonian women. Next to Alexander sat Statera, the daughter of Darius. Next to Hephaestion sat Drypetis, Statera's sister. Even in marriage, Alexander ensured his best friend remained his brother-in-law. Down the line, 80 of the highest-ranking Macedonian officers were wed in a single mass ceremony to 80 noble Persian women. It was a ritual of staggering scale. Alexander gave dowries to every couple. He paid off the debts of his entire army. He was buying the loyalty of the future. But to the eyes of a traditional Greek, this was not a celebration. It was a monstrosity. Aristotle had written that the polis relies on shared values, shared ancestry, and philia. This was a genetic experiment. It was the forced mixing of oil and water. The soldiers drank the wine and took the gold, but many crumbled. They felt their identity, the rugged, distinct character of the Macedonian Highlander, being dissolved in a soup of imperial ambition. The tension finally broke at Opis, a city on the Tigris. The catalyst was the arrival of the Epigoni, the 30,000 Persian boys Alexander had ordered trained years ago. They marched in, wearing Macedonian armor, speaking Greek, and wielding the sarissa with perfect precision. They were young, beautiful, and obedient. They were the successors. The message to the old veterans, the scarred, limping men who had fought from Thebes to the Punjab, was clear. You are replaceable. When Alexander announced that he was sending the oldest and most wounded veterans home to Macedon with full honors, the army didn't cheer. They revolted. They shouted him down. "Send us all home," they cried, "and go campaigning with your father, Ammon." It was a direct slap at his pretensions of divinity. Alexander didn't plead. He didn't negotiate. He leapt from the dais into the crowd, pointing out the ringleaders to his guards, ordering them dragged away to be executed. Then he climbed back up and delivered a speech that stands as one of the greatest pieces of rhetoric in history. He stripped them naked with words. "I found you as vagabonds and destitute," he roared, "clad in sheepskins, feeding a few sheep on the mountains. I made you masters of the Lydians, the treasures of Persia, the goods of India. And what have I kept for myself? This purple robe and this diadem." He showed them his scars. He asked if any man in the crowd had more wounds than he did. He ended with a brutal dismissal. "Go home and tell them that you left your king under the care of barbarian guards." He turned his back on them and walked into the palace. For 2 days, he refused to see them. He began to issue orders giving Persian officers command of Macedonian units. This was the masterstroke. The veterans could handle his anger. They couldn't handle his indifference. They couldn't bear the thought of being replaced in his heart. On the 3rd day, the entire army rushed to the palace gates, throwing down their weapons, weeping, begging to be let in. They promised to do anything, go anywhere, if only he would call them his kinsmen again. Alexander came out. He saw the men who had bled with him, crying in the dust. The god vanished, and the boy from Mysa returned. He wept with them. When a soldier complained, "You make the Persians your kinsmen," Alexander replied, "But I make you all my kinsmen." The reconciliation was sealed with a banquet of 9,000 people, Greeks and Persians sitting together, pouring libations from the same bowl. It seemed like a triumph of unity. But looking back, it was the final fracture. Alexander had won, but he had won by breaking the spirit of his men and rebuilding it around his own cult of personality. He was no longer the king of Macedon. He was the king of the world, floating above all nations, belonging to none. Aristotle's political animal had become a global animal, a creature with no habitat but power itself. As the sun set over the Euphrates, casting the ziggurats of Babylon in deep shadow, Alexander sat on a throne that ruled from the Balkans to the Indus. He was 32 years old. He had conquered the earth. He had married the East to the West. He had crushed mutinies and executed satraps. But in the silence of the palace, surrounded by sycophants and former enemies, he was more isolated than he had ever been in the desert. The golden mean was a distant memory. There was only the gold of Babylon and the mean reality that there was nothing left to conquer but death itself. And death, unlike the Persians, would not bow. The autumn of 324 BC found the court in Ecbatana, the ancient summer capital of the Medes. The city sat high in the Zagros Mountains, where the air was crisp and smelled of cedar and dying leaves, a welcome relief from the suffocating heat of the Babylonian plains. The mood was festive. The army was resting, the weddings were done, and the empire seemed, for a brief moment, to be at peace. Alexander and Hephaestion, the two boys who had run races in the gardens of Myetza, were now men of 32, the masters of the known world. They spent their days organizing athletic games and musical contests, indulging in the kind of serious leisure that Aristotle had praised as the privilege of free men. But the thread of fate, as the poets warned, is often snipped when the tapestry looks most complete. It began with a fever. Hephaestion, the Grand Vizier, the second in command, the Patroclus to Alexander's Achilles, fell ill. At first, it seemed trivial. A bout of ague common to soldiers who had drunk the water of a dozen strange rivers. His physician, Glaucius, prescribed a strict regimen of rest and a limited diet. But Hephaestion was a Macedonian warrior, a man whose appetite for life matched his king's. History records with a tragic, almost comical specificity that while the doctor was away at the theater attending the games, Hephaestion woke up hungry. He demanded a boiled fowl and a large cooler of wine. He ate, he drank, and his body, weakened by years of campaigning, collapsed under the sudden shock. Alexander was at the stadium, watching the boys run, when the messenger arrived. The look on the man's face must have stopped the cheering in the king's throat. Alexander didn't wait for his chariot. He ran. He sprinted through the streets of Ecbatana, his royal robes flying behind him, racing against a finish line he could not beat. When he burst into the room, the silence told him everything. Hephaestion was gone. The reaction that followed was not grief. It was madness. It was a demolition of the self. Aristotle had taught that a friend is another self, a single soul dwelling in two bodies. If this was true, then Alexander had not just lost a companion. He had died. He threw himself onto the body, sobbing with a violence that terrified his generals. He refused to let them pull him away. For a day and a night, he lay there, breathing in the scent of death, whispering into ears that could no longer hear. When he finally rose, he did not rise as a king, but as a force of destruction. The golden mean was incinerated in the fire of his pain. He ordered the physician, Glaucius, to be executed, crucified, according to some grim accounts. It was a deeply irrational act. The doctor had given the right advice, and the patient had ignored it. But Alexander needed a scapegoat. He needed to punish the universe for taking his mirror. He then ordered the manes of all the horses and mules in the army to be shorn. It was a callback to the Iliad, to Achilles cutting his hair for Patroclus, but scaled up to the size of an empire. He banned all music in the camp, the flutes, the lyres, the songs of the soldiers. All were silenced. The world was forced to mourn in a terrifying quiet, but silence was not enough. Alexander needed to scream. He launched a campaign against the Cosaeans, a mountain tribe in the Zagros range who had remained independent. It was not a strategic war. It was a ritual slaughter. Ancient historians wrote that Alexander hunted the Cosaeans down as a sacrifice to the shade of Hephaestion. He burned their villages and killed the men of military age, channeling his rage into the only language he spoke fluently: violence. It was a chilling turning point. The philosopher king who had once spared the family of Darius was now killing strangers to numb his own heart. Then came the funeral. Alexander decided to build a pyre in Babylon that would eclipse any monument ever built by human hands. He set aside 10,000 talents, an amount that could have funded the Athenian navy for decades, for the project. The plans, preserved by writers like Diodorus Siculus, describe a structure that sounds like a fever dream. A ziggurat 200 feet high, decorated with golden prows of ships, statues of sirens hiding singers inside them, and friezes of lions and bulls. It was a Tower of Babel built to burn. He sent envoys to the oracle of Siwa, asking if Hephaestion could be worshipped as a god. The priests, perhaps sensing the danger of saying no, compromised. He could be worshipped as a divine hero. During this time, Aristotle's influence felt more distant than the moon. The philosopher had written about grief, suggesting that a virtuous man bears loss with dignity, not because he is insensitive to pain, but because he is noble and great of soul. Alexander was spitting on that nobility. He was wallowing in excess. He was proving that for a man of his magnitude, there is no such thing as a private emotion. His sadness was a state policy. His tears were a monsoon that drowned the court. The relationship with his other companions began to fracture even further. They walked on eggshells. To smile was treason. To suggest that life must go on was an insult to the dead. Alexander began to see Hephaestion everywhere. He ordered that Hephaestion's regiment retain his name and that his image be carried before them in battle. Hephaestion was not allowed to die. He was simply absent. As the winter set in and the army prepared to move back to Babylon for the funeral, Alexander was a hollow shell. He ate little. He drank heavily, far more than usual, even for a Macedonian. The wine was no longer a celebration. It was an anesthetic. He sat in his tent, staring at the empty chair he kept for Hephaestion, surrounded by the sketches of the pyre. He had conquered the Persian Empire, but he had been utterly defeated by the mortality of a single man. This was the beginning of the end. The vitality that had driven the expedition, the sheer electric thumos, had been severed. Alexander continued to plan. He planned to circumnavigate Arabia. He planned to conquer Carthage. He planned to build 1,000 ships. But these were the manic plans of a man trying to outrun his own shadow. He was filling the void with maps. Aristotle had once told him that nature abhors a vacuum. Alexander was trying to fill the hole in his soul with the rest of the world. But it wasn't working. As the procession wound its way down from the mountains toward the marshes of Mesopotamia, the soldiers watched their king with a mix of pity and fear. They saw the gray in his hair. They saw the tremor in his hands. The lion of Macedon was wounded, and a wounded lion is the most dangerous beast in the jungle. They were marching towards Babylon, the city of endings, and the smoke of Hephaestion's pyre was already rising in their minds. A black signal that the age of heroes was burning itself out. Babylon, in June of 323 BC, was a furnace. The heat rose from the glazed bricks of the Ishtar Gate in shimmering waves, and the Euphrates moved sluggishly, a ribbon of brown sludge under a white-hot sky. The air in the palace hung heavy and still, smelling of stagnant water and impending doom. Alexander had returned to the city, despite the warnings of the Chaldean astronomers, who had begged him to enter from the west or not at all. They had seen signs in the heavens, Mars standing in the house of death. But Alexander, who had defied armies and deserts, believed he could defy the stars. He was busy planning. He was meeting with Nearchus about the Arabian expedition. He was designing new harbors. He was acting like a man with forever in his pocket. But his body, weakened by the arrow in his lung, the jagged scars of a dozen battles, and the relentless grief for Hephaestion, was a fortress with the gates left open. The end did not come with a clash of steel. It came with a cup. On the night of May 29th, after a long evening of feasting, Alexander was invited to a private party by Medius of Larissa, a companion known for his hospitality and his heavy pour. The king, seeking to drown the silence left by Hephaestion, accepted. He drank deep. Late into the night, according to the royal diaries, he called for the cup of Hercules, a massive vessel holding over 5 liters of unmixed wine. He drained it. Suddenly, he cried out as if struck in the back by a spear. The pain was immediate and agonizing. He was carried to his bed, his face pale, the sweat already beginning to bead on his forehead. The god king had been ambushed, not by a Persian assassin, but by his own mortality. The fever set in by morning. It was a low, insidious burn that refused to break. At first, Alexander treated it as a nuisance. He continued to issue orders from his bed, playing dice with Medius and discussing the fleet's departure date. He was treating the illness like a rebellious satrap, something to be ignored until it fell in line. But the fever was not a subordinate. It was a conqueror. By the 4th day, he could no longer stand. He was moved to the cool, airy bathhouse near the river, but the heat of his blood chased him there. Aristotle's medical training, which had once taught Alexander to identify the humors and balance the body's heat, was now a useless memory. The court physicians were helpless. They bathed him in cool water. They offered sacrifices to Serapis. But the biological machine Aristotle had described, the delicate balance of bile, blood, and phlegm, was spiraling into chaos. Historians and toxicologists still debate the cause. Was it malaria, carried by the mosquitoes of the marshes? Was it typhoid? Or was it, as dark whispers soon suggested, poison? The rumors would eventually curl back to Athens, implicating Aristotle himself. Some said the philosopher, fearful for his own life after Callisthenes' death, had prepared a toxin derived from the river Styx, sent in the hoof of a mule. It is likely a slander, but the fact that it was believed shows how deep the rift between teacher and student had grown. The man who shaped the mind was now suspected of stopping the heart. By the 7th day, the great-souled man began to fade. The voice that had rallied the troops at Gaugamela and shamed the mutineers at Opis was reduced to a whisper. He could no longer speak. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, his mind likely still racing with maps and logistics, while his tongue refused to obey. The terror of the situation began to seep into the army. The soldiers, camped outside the palace walls, heard the rumors. They refused to believe he was just sick. They thought the generals were hiding his death to steal the treasury. On the 9th day, the discipline broke. The Macedonian veterans, the Silver Shields, the men who had walked across the world with him, forced their way into the palace. They did not come to loot. They came to say goodbye. They filed past his bed in a single silent line. Thousands of rough, scarred men, many weeping openly, walked through the room. Alexander, too weak to lift his head, could only move his eyes. He made eye contact with them, one by one. It was a silent communication of profound intimacy. With a blink, a slight nod, he acknowledged the debt. He was the king of the world, but in that moment, He was just their captain, and he was leaving the ship. The end came on the evening of June 10th, or possibly the 11th. The room was crowded with his generals, Perdiccas, Seleucus, Ptolemy, circling the bed like vultures waiting for the carcass. They needed a name. They needed an heir. The empire was held together solely by his will. Without it, the map would dissolve. They leaned in close, their breath mixing with the incense, and asked the question that would doom the world to 50 years of war. To whom do you leave the kingdom? Alexander's eyes were glazing over. The breath rattled in his chest. With his final ounce of strength, he whispered a word that sounded like kratistoi, to the strongest. Or perhaps he said krateroi, to Craterus, his loyal general who was halfway to Macedon. The ambiguity was his final, chaotic gift to history. He took off his signet ring, the ring that had sealed the fate of nations, and handed it to Perdiccas. Then the chest fell and did not rise. The silence that followed was heavier than the stone of the pyramids. Alexander the Great was dead. He was 32 years old. He had conquered the known world in 12 years and lost it in 12 days. The god lay cold on a simple cot, a victim of the very nature Aristotle had taught him to observe. Outside, the sun was setting over Babylon, casting long shadows that would soon engulf the empire in darkness. The golden mean had been violated, and the price was total collapse. The boy from Mieza had flown too close to the sun, and now the wax had melted. The silence that filled the death chamber in Babylon lasted only a heartbeat. It was immediately shattered by the sound of ambition unsheathed. Alexander had left the world without a will, without an heir, and with a final whisper to the strongest that acted less like a legacy and more like a starter pistol for a civil war. The body of the conqueror was not yet cold when the empire he had stitched together with iron and blood began to tear at the seams. Aristotle had taught that the state is a natural organism, with a head to rule and a body to obey. But the head was gone, and the body was a hydra. The generals, the companions, who had studied poetry and geometry at Mieza, now looked at each other across the corpse of their friend and saw only rivals. Perdiccas, holding the signet ring, claimed the regency. He wanted to hold the empire together as a single unit, but Ptolemy, shrewd and practical, saw the reality. He looked at the map and saw that it was too big, too diverse, too unwieldy for any one man to hold. He didn't want the whole pie. He wanted the richest slice. He wanted Egypt. The chaos that followed, known to history as the partition of Babylon, was a masterclass in political cynicism. A compromise was hammered out that satisfied no one. They placed a crown on the head of Philip Aridaeus, Alexander's half-brother, a man whom history describes as mentally disabled, a pawn to be moved by the generals. And they waited for Roxana, Alexander's pregnant widow, to give birth, hoping for a son. It was a regency of ghosts and unborn babies, a fragile fiction designed to buy time while the generals sharpened their swords. But the true symbol of the fracture was not the crown. It was the body. Alexander's corpse became the most valuable object in the world. It was a talisman. Whoever held the body held the legitimacy. Perdiccas ordered a magnificent funeral cart to carry the king back to the royal tombs in Macedon to rest beside his father Philip. It took 2 years to build a golden temple on wheels drawn by 64 mules, but it never reached Macedon. In a heist that Aristotle would have likely categorized as a brilliant, if unethical, strategic maneuver, Ptolemy hijacked the funeral procession in Syria. He bribed the escort, turned the mules south, and took the body to Memphis, and later to Alexandria. By burying the king in his own city, Ptolemy claimed the spiritual succession. He wasn't just a satrap. He was the keeper of the god. It was the ultimate act of possession. Alexander, who had sought to conquer the world, ended up as a tourist attraction in the city he barely knew. The wars of the Diadochi, the successors, that erupted were brutal and endless. For 40 years, the men who had stood shoulder to shoulder at Gaugamela slaughtered each other. They murdered Alexander's mother, Olympias. They murdered his wife, Roxana. They murdered his young son, Alexander IV. They wiped the Argead dynasty, the bloodline of Achilles, off the face of the earth. Aristotle watched this collapse from a distance. Likely with a grim lack of surprise, he had written in his Politics that monarchy is the most unstable form of government because it relies entirely on the character of one man. When that man is gone, the structure falls. Alexander had built an empire on charisma, not on law. He had built a cult, not a constitution. There were no institutions to weather the storm, only strong men scrambling for loot. The unity of East and West, the brotherhood of mankind that Alexander had toasted at Opis, evaporated instantly. The Macedonian generals discarded the Persian robes. They dismissed the Persian troops. They carved the empire into Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemaic Egypt, Seleucid Persia, Antigonid Greece, that were Greek in administration and foreign in subject. The fusion was dead. The epigony were forgotten. The experiment in universalism had failed, replaced by the old familiar logic of power blocks and border wars. As the fires of the succession wars burned across Asia, the tragedy of Mieza became clear. Aristotle had succeeded in making them capable, but he had failed to make them wise. He had given them the tools of administration and war, the logic, the rhetoric, the strategy, but without the ethical golden mean to restrain them. These tools became weapons of mass destruction. The school of nymphs had produced a generation of wolves. And now, the wolves were eating the world. The death of a god sends ripples through the ether, but the death of a tyrant sends shockwaves through the streets. When the news of Alexander's demise finally reached Athens in the late summer of 323 BC, it did not arrive as a tragedy. It arrived as a signal fire. The initial reaction was disbelief. Demades, a local orator, famously quipped that if Alexander were truly dead, the whole world would smell of his corpse. But when the reports were confirmed by the arrival of the first refugees from Babylon, the mood in the city shifted instantly from skepticism to a ferocious, vengeful joy. The Lion of Macedon was gone. The heavy boot that had rested on the neck of Greek democracy for over a decade had been lifted. For most Athenians, this was a moment of liberation. Statues of Alexander were toppled. The Macedonian garrison was jeered. But for Aristotle, sitting in the shaded walkways of the Lyceum, the news was a death warrant. He was not just a resident alien, a metic living in the city. He was the ghost of the regime. He was the man who had educated the monster. For 12 years, his connection to Alexander had been his shield, protecting his school and his research from the anti-Macedonian faction led by the fiery orator Demosthenes. Now, that shield had vanished. The philosopher was standing naked in a city that was sharpening its knives. The attack came swiftly, and it came as it always did in Athens, under the guise of religion. To attack Aristotle politically was difficult. He was a private citizen who held no office. So, his enemies attacked his soul. Eurymedon the Hierophant, a high priest of the Eleusinian mysteries, filed a formal charge of asebeia, impiety. It was the deadliest accusation in the Athenian legal arsenal, the same charge that had been used to kill Socrates 76 years earlier. The evidence was flimsy, bordering on the absurd. They accused him of honoring his late friend, Hermias of Atanius, with a hymn appropriate only for a god. They claimed he had placed a statue of Hermias in the temple at Delphi. It was a technicality, a legal pretext to purge a Macedonian collaborator. But Aristotle knew the mechanics of the Athenian mob better than anyone. He had written the constitution of the Athenians. He knew that, in a court of 500 jurors, whipped into a patriotic frenzy, facts did not matter. Mood mattered, and the mood was murderous. Aristotle faced a dilemma that would define his legacy. He could stay and fight. He could stand in the Areopagus, use his formidable rhetoric to dismantle the charges, and likely die a martyr's death, drinking the hemlock just as Socrates had. It would be a heroic end, a final philosophical statement on the sanctity of truth. But Aristotle was not a showman. He was a pragmatist. He looked at the situation with the cool biological detachment he applied to the study of mollusks. He saw a city infected with a fever of irrationality. To die for a lie was not noble. It was inefficient. Tradition records his parting words, a sentence that vibrates with a quiet, devastating dignity. As he packed his scrolls and prepared to leave the city that had been the center of his intellectual life for decades, he reportedly said, "I will not allow the Athenians to sin twice against philosophy." It was a brilliant rebuke. By referencing Socrates, the first sin, he claimed the moral high ground while retreating. He was not fleeing out of cowardice. He was fleeing to save Athens from the shame of killing another wise man. He was denying them their tragedy. The departure from the Lyceum must have been a moment of profound melancholy. This was the school he had built, the Peripatos, where he had walked and talked with his students, the library, where he had gathered the knowledge of the world. He was leaving behind the first great research institute in history, the maps, the specimens from Asia, the constitutions of 158 cities. He was handing the keys to his student Theophrastus, knowing he would likely never walk under these trees again. The master of those who know was becoming a refugee. He did not go far. He traveled north to Chalcis, on the long island of Euboea, to an estate that had belonged to his mother. It was a quiet place, separated from the mainland by the narrow, churning waters of the Euripus Strait. The location was symbolic. The Euripus is famous for its unpredictable tides, where the current changes direction violently and frequently. A perfect metaphor for the political fortunes of men. In Chalcis, the silence must have been deafening. Gone was the bustle of the academy, the debates of the agora, the constant stream of news from the east. Aristotle was 61 years old. He was alone, save for his family and a few loyal servants. His stomach, which had plagued him for years, began to fail him completely. The physical pain mirrored the intellectual agony. He had spent his life trying to teach the world that reason could govern power. He had tutored the greatest king in history, hoping to create a ruler who would embody the golden mean. And what was the result? The king had died a drunk and a tyrant. The empire was burning in civil war, and the philosopher was in exile, branded an enemy of the very civilization he had tried to save. Scholars often wonder what he wrote in those final months. Did he revise his politics, adding a darker chapter on the nature of failure? Did he look back on the letters from Alexander, the reports on the Nile floods, the lion skins, and see them as artifacts of a lost hope? There is a sense of unfinished business hanging over the estate at Chalcis. Aristotle had categorized the entire physical world, but the human world had proven too chaotic, too violent to be pinned down. Yet, even in exile, he remained a scientist. He reportedly spent his final days observing the currents of the Euripus, trying to understand the hydrodynamics of the strange tides. It is a touching image. The old man, dying and defeated, standing by the water's edge, still asking why. He could not fix the government of Athens, and he could not save the soul of Alexander, but he could still try to understand the movement of the water. The curiosity that had begun in the tide pools of Stagira endured until the very end. The exile from Athens was the final severance. The bond between the sword and the scroll was broken. Alexander was dead in Babylon. Aristotle was dying in Chalcis. The great partnership that had promised to unite wisdom and strength had ended in a double funeral. The experiment was over. The world was not ready for a philosopher king. It was only ready for what came next, the long, dark winter of the warlords. In the year 322 BC, 1 year after the death of the king, the philosopher followed him into the dark. Aristotle died in Chalcis, likely of a stomach ailment, quietly and without the pomp of a state funeral. There were no golden pyres, no games, no wailing armies. There was only the sound of the Euripus tide washing against the shore and the scratch of a stylus as his last will and testament was witnessed. In this document, we find the final measure of the man. He freed his slaves, provided for his mistress Herpilis, and ensured the safety of his children. It was a domestic, orderly end to a life spent seeking order. But the true wealth of Aristotle was not in his estate. It was in the wooden chests stacked in the corner of his study. Inside lay the corpus Aristotelicum, the lecture notes, the biological sketches, the treatises on logic and ethics. This was the DNA of Western civilization, written on fragile papyrus, vulnerable to fire, damp, and the carelessness of time. The survival of these texts is one of the most harrowing adventure stories in the history of ideas. While Alexander's generals were busy carving up the map with swords, a quieter, more desperate struggle was waging to preserve the map of the mind. Aristotle had left his library to his student and successor, Theophrastus, a gentleman who loved plants and peace. For decades, Theophrastus guarded the flame in the Lyceum, but upon his death, the collection passed to a man named Neleus of Sepsis, who took the scrolls away from Athens, across the Aegean to Asia Minor. Here, the story takes a turn that would be comedic if the stakes weren't so high. Neleus lived in territory controlled by the Attalid kings of Pergamon, who were obsessively building a great library to rival the one in Alexandria. They were known to seize books from private citizens to fill their shelves. Neleus, fearful that the king's agents would confiscate the master's works, made a decision that makes modern archivists weep. He took the only existing copies of the Metaphysics, the Nicomachean Ethics, and the Politics, and he buried them. He hid them in a cellar, some sources say a trench, deep underground. There, in the dark and the damp, the wisdom of the Greeks sat for nearly 2 centuries. While the Diadochi fought their wars, leveling cities and slaughtering populations. The true foundation of science was being slowly eaten by moths and rot. It is a terrifying thought. The intellectual heritage of humanity was not preserved in a marble vault, but left to molder in a hole in Turkey, protected only by obscurity. Meanwhile, a different kind of survival was taking place in Egypt. Ptolemy, the cleverest of Alexander's generals, had secured Alexandria. He wanted to make his city the capital of the world, not just in trade, but in memory. To do this, he founded the Museum, the Temple of the Muses, and its legendary library. It is a profound irony that it was a warlord, a man who had fought in the mud of the Hydaspes, who fulfilled Aristotle's dream. Ptolemy invited Demetrius of Phalerum, a student of Aristotle, to organize this massive project. In a way, the spirit of the Lyceum was transplanted to the city of the conqueror. The Library of Alexandria became the greatest hive of the mind. It sent agents across the known world with orders to buy, borrow, or steal every book in existence. Ships docking in Alexandria were searched not just for contraband, but for scrolls. If a book was found, it was confiscated, copied, and the copy, not the original, was returned to the owner. It was aggressive, imperialist scholarship. Alexander had conquered bodies. His general was conquering thoughts, but the lost books in the cellar of Neleus remained hidden. They were finally dug up around 100 BC, damaged and riddled with wormholes. They were sold to a wealthy bibliophile named a Pelican, who clumsily tried to fill in the gaps where the text had rotted away. Later, the Roman general Sulla sacked Athens, seized the library, and hauled it back to Rome. It was there, centuries after Aristotle's death, that a scholar named Andronicus of Rhodes finally organized the messy, damaged papers into the books we read today. This silent survival stands in stark contrast to the noisy collapse of Alexander's empire. The Alexander Empire evaporated. The Antigonid line fell. The Seleucids crumbled. The Ptolemies ended with the bite of an asp. The stone monuments were buried by sand. The golden altars at the Hyphasis disappeared. But the ideas, the fragile moth-eaten thoughts of the philosopher, proved to be harder than granite. Logic survived. Biology survived. The categorization of political systems survived. There is a quiet, reassuring justice in this. Alexander had sought immortality through the great deed, believing that action was the only thing that lasted. Aristotle believed in the great truth, the idea that reality, once understood, is eternal. In the long run, the ink outlasted the blood. The empire of the mind did not require garrisons or tax collectors. It only required a reader. As the Hellenistic age gave way to the Roman, and the Roman to the medieval, the figure of Alexander drifted into the realm of romance. He became a character in legends, a dragon slayer, a knight, a saint, a devil. He lost his historical reality and became a mirror for the fantasies of every age. But Aristotle remained distinct. His voice, mediated through the Arabic translations of the Islamic Golden Age and the monasteries of Europe, remained the voice of the philosopher. When a student in Paris or Baghdad or Cordoba said, "he says," everyone knew they meant Aristotle. The silent survival of these ideas suggests that the true conqueror of the world was not the man who rode Bucephalus, but the man who sat in the shade and asked why. The roar of the generals fades into the static of history, but the whisper of the teacher continues to echo in every classroom, every laboratory, and every constitution on earth. The cellar could not hold it. The moths could not eat it. The truth, as Aristotle promised, has a way of finding the light. As the dust of 23 centuries settles, we are left standing in the long shadow cast by two men who never saw the modern world, yet who built the foundations upon which it rests. The relationship between Aristotle and Alexander is not merely a biographical footnote. It is the double helix of Western history. They represent the two primal forces that drive human civilization: the hunger to understand the world and the hunger to shape it. They are the mind and the hand, the architect and the builder, locked in an eternal, complicated dance. Consider the irony of Aristotle's theology. He spent his life arguing for the existence of a prime mover, a divine, unmoving cause that set the universe in motion through sheer attraction. He never realized that he was tutoring a human version of this concept. Alexander was the prime mover of the ancient world. He did not create, in the philosophical sense, but he set the static world of the Mediterranean into violent, irreversible motion. He smashed the barriers between East and West, allowing trade, art, and ideas to flow like blood through a new global circulatory system. He was the force that broke the vessel. Aristotle was the force that tried to categorize the spilled contents. Without Alexander, it is likely that Aristotle's works would have remained dusty scrolls in a provincial Athenian school, perhaps lost to time like the works of so many other pre-Socratic thinkers. It was Alexander's empire, the vast Greek-speaking Koine world, that provided the highway for Aristotle's ideas to travel to Alexandria, to Rome, to Byzantium, and to Baghdad. The sword paved the way for the syllogism. Alexander conquered the cities, but Aristotle conquered the universities. Conversely, without Aristotle, Alexander might have been nothing more than a glorified bandit, a transient storm like Attila or Tamerlane. It was the Aristotelian education, the love of Homer, the curiosity about biology, the understanding of political theater, that gave Alexander's conquest its unique texture. He didn't just burn, he built. He didn't just kill, he collected. He founded 70 cities, not just as garrisons, but as incubators of culture. He injected the Greek DNA, the DNA of logic, gymnasiums, and public debate, into the heart of Asia. He was a monster, yes, but he was a monster with a library in his head. The ultimate child of this union was the Hellenistic age. It was a time that looked remarkably like our own, a time of globalization, of scientific breakthroughs, of cosmopolitan cities where many languages were spoken. It was an age where the art of the real flourished. Sculptors stopped making stiff, idealized gods and started carving old women, drunkards, and boxers with broken noses. This shift toward empirical reality, toward seeing the world as it is, was the lingering ghost of Aristotle watching over the empire of Alexander. We see their legacy most clearly in the great library of Alexandria, the institution that rose from the fragment of the empire seized by Ptolemy. It was the physical embodiment of the Mirza experiment, a place where the power of the state was used to fund the curiosity of the mind. For centuries, it was the brain of the human race. Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the earth there. Euclid codified geometry there. Herophilus dissected the human body there. This explosion of knowledge was only possible because Alexander had opened the door and Aristotle had taught men how to walk through it. But the tension between them, The conflict between the golden mean and the will to power remains unresolved. It is the central tension of the human condition. We are torn between the desire for balance and the desire for glory. We build institutions to create order, Aristotle, and we elect strong men to smash them, Alexander. We use science to heal the body, Aristotle, and we use technology to build weapons that can destroy the earth, Alexander. The argument that began in the gardens of Mieza is still being shouted in the parliaments and laboratories of the 21st century. Historians still argue whether Alexander ultimately failed or succeeded. He died young, his family was murdered, and his empire fractured. By the strict metrics of dynasty, he was a failure. But if success is measured by impact, by the sheer weight of one's existence on the scale of time, then he has no equal. He changed the dream of what a human being could be. He showed that the world was small enough to be held in one hand. And what of Aristotle? He died in exile, his school under threat. Yet today, his categories organize our thoughts. When we classify species, we use his method. When we write a screenplay, we follow his poetics. When we debate ethics, we grapple with his virtue. He is the quiet victor. Alexander conquered the space of the map. Aristotle conquered the time of the mind. Alexander's empire lasted 13 years. Aristotle's empire has lasted 2,300 years, and it has no borders. As we stand at the end of this journey, looking back over the ruins of Persepolis, the sands of Siwa, and the mud of the Hyphasis, we can see the two figures clearly for the first time. They are not enemies, they are counterparts. They are the two halves of the human soul. One is the fire that burns, bright and destructive, yearning for the infinite. The other is the hearth that contains the fire, disciplined and nurturing, understanding the finite. The story of Aristotle and Alexander is not a tragedy, nor is it a triumph. It is a lesson. It teaches us that power without wisdom is a wildfire, but wisdom without power is a ghost. It reminds us that we are all, in our own way, students walking in a garden, listening to a teacher who points to the middle path, while our eyes are drawn helplessly to the jagged, glorious peaks of the horizon. The conversation that began in the quiet halls of Macedon never truly ended. It echoes in the silence of every library and the noise of every capital city. The king and the philosopher are still with us, walking side by side through the corridors of history, one carrying a sword, the other carrying a book, forever arguing about the best way to live, while the world turns slowly beneath their feet. The fires of Persepolis have long since cooled, and the winds of the Gedrosian desert have buried the footprints of the march. The arguments of the Lyceum have faded into the gentle hum of history. The maps have been drawn, the borders settled, and the great shouting match of the past has softened into a whisper. You can let go of the dates now. Let go of the names of battles and the weight of crowns. The legions are asleep. The philosophers have put down their scrolls. Imagine the night sky over Babylon, vast and purple, filled with the same stars that look down on the young king and the old teacher. Those stars are silent, steady, and peaceful. They do not judge. They simply watch, as they have watched for millions of nights. Let your mind drift up to them, floating above the noise of the earth, into the cool, dark quiet of the cosmos. There is no more conquering to be done tonight. There are no more lessons to learn. The world is safe, the history is written, and you are free to rest. Let the heavy curtain of time fall gently across the stage. The story is over, but the peace remains. Breathe in the stillness. Let the darkness wrap around you like a warm, heavy blanket. You are part of the long, slow river of time, drifting safely towards the ocean of sleep. Sweet dreams.